conditions for a seamless experience with us. Please use the chat feature to share your questions, queries throughout this session. When sharing a question, please mention your name as well as your organization's name with us. You may use the chat feature to share your point of view as well. Please use a steady internet connection, broadband, 4G dongle, etc. for a seamless experience. You may use wired, wireless headphones, speakers for enhanced audio experiences. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to the second edition of India Education Summit 2022, hosted by the Indian Express. India Education Summit has been designed to focus on the need to take education to every nook and corner of the country on the back of digital proliferation. Before we start, we would like to thank our presenting partner Google as well as our co-powered by partners Intel and Salesforce. We would also like to thank our associate partner Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science. We ask that you remain connected with us throughout the course of the day via social media led by the hashtag IES2022. Now, the theme for the day is education's digital revolution. We will be kicking off the day with a keynote address titled Technology as a Core of Education, Knowledge and Learning. For this session, we would like to welcome our keynote speaker, Ronnie Screwwala, chairperson and co-founder, Upgrad. To moderate this session, we have Himanshu Gupta with us, Director of Education, GNCT Delhi. Over to you, Himanshu.
Good evening, Ronnie ji. This is Himanshu Gupta. I am an IAS officer and I am Director Education in Government of Institute of Delhi. It's a pleasure to
pleasure to interact with you.
Yeah. So one thing which is very admirable about Mr. Ronnie Screwwala is that he is able to manage so many different things simultaneously, be it film industry or sports or education or investment or book writing. I think you have stood in almost all the fields in exceptional way. So I would like to ask you, sir, that how have you able to afford to manage such a variety of work and excel in so many fields?
Himanshu, I guess the first very brief answer would be the good part is I don't do it simultaneously. Is I think very important for everyone to kind of sort of understand. I think my first innings was much more focused on media and everything to do with media. And I think what I took away were my learning lessons in media, which was deep understanding of consumers, understanding trends, the importance of building a brand and credibility, and a deep respect for research. And in India specifically, if you're solving anything or impacting anything, it has to be at scale. And I think those 4 or 5 lessons that I learned my first innings in media, I took into education overall. And I see a lot of similarities there because actually brand and credibility is very, very, very important. I mean, in any university, any school name or anything else, that is foremost for most people. 2, I think today with all our GRE ratios or whatever else, I think the most important part is to solve problems at scale. And to see that we change a lot of what we want to do, because this is the foundation of us being one of the top countries in the world. So I think that's where I've sort of kept my focus on. I think the good part is having incredible team members around you when you're working together. But as much as one feels that there's a lot of simultaneous work and a lot of going on, when you're at it, I think the beauty is to really focus on something and looking at it. And that's what I kind of... And I revel in it. And I think so far it's worked for me. The grass always looks greener on the other side. Most of my failures have taught me a lot. There have been tons and tons of them. So I think I'm blessed in many ways, particularly that your work is something you really, really enjoy. And I think that would be a strong message to anyone when they're pursuing careers today, that you've got to enjoy what you do.
What do you love the most? I mean, is it movies or sports or financing or in education sector? So you have worked in these fields. So which one of them gives you the greatest satisfaction and creative content?
So I don't look at it in that compartments, actually. I think for me, storytelling has been an important aspect. And I think, education is also about storytelling, right? I mean, the most impactful teachers, the ones you remember, are the ones who taught you in a particular manner. The most important lessons you learned are your case studies, and case studies are basically, in some sense, of storytelling. So for me, the compartment is really impact, is the ability. I'm a product of soft skills. I see that today, most of us, we have a lot of hard skills, but we lack a lot in soft skills. So how can we really emulate that and take it forward? So to me, those are the compartments do well. I'm very, very excited about the space of what I'm doing right now in education overall. And I think that's pretty much what I'm most excited about right now.
So I would like to know more about upgrad. Like I am a government officer, I am director education. One of the main challenges that we focus right now is that after class 12th, our students don't know, what all choices are available to them. And the challenge is more in government schools, because the students there, they don't have the correct career counseling facilities that are available. So I would like to know more about how upgrad is able to bridge that gap.
No, Himanshu, it's a very, very important question and a very important point. I think choices is one of the most liberating things that can happen to a student, a learner at various stages in your life. And if you don't have those choices, it's a little bit when you work in rural India, and I've worked there a lot to understand. Most of the time, nobody even asks you the basic question once that says, what do you want to do when you grow up? Just that magical question, and then probing that with optionality of answers is very, very important. So I think, especially in government schools or a major part of where rural India stands, for example, and also in urban India, the 11th and 12th are your substantially formative years. The syllabus itself is quite serious and taxing. So pretty much everyone's stressed. It's 2 years of stress. You can see that even if you talk to parents at that stage, they say, well, don't bother us too much. Holidays are off the discussion. Moving city or moving a job is off because my kids are in 11th and 12th. So there is this little pressure cooker approach, but that is the exact time where actually the learners need to feel the sense of multiplicity of choice versus meeting the finishing post. I think today, some of the only best examples, because I think our schooling system here is very good. In fact, I see even from the West, our schooling system here. The problem then is that the undergraduation abroad, the beauty about that, which is why people feel they want to go and study abroad, is the multiplicity of choices. I don't need to decide I want to take arts, commerce, engineering, or whatever else. I can try many courses. I can try many subjects in a term. So I think somewhere the curriculum moving forward in 11th and 12th gives you a little bit more optionality. I think it'll be very, very important for a lot of people, because it tickles you and it gives you an optionality of choice. And I think it's a very easy thing to implement, a very simple thing to implement, but it's also a very critical one. But it's also got the maximum of resistance, because everyone feels these are the in which you get judged. But you can't get judged if actually, my personal experience will be, okay, I wasn't a school captain, I wasn't a head boy. But that doesn't mean that the head boy of a school is going to succeed brilliantly in life, and the person who wasn't doing that well in academics won't succeed. So there is that mix of life that is the soft versus the hard. And I think if we don't get that combination right, especially for India to be in the top 3 nations of the world, then you're not changing mindsets. From that triggers aspiration and ambition. So I'm a very strong proponent of what you just mentioned, that those are the critical years in which we need to change, bring about some sense of guidance.
So now we are seeing companies like Byju's, Vedantu, Teachment, which are doing exceptionally well. They are even growing not only in India, but acquisitions are going on in abroad also. So how do you see this edtech space growing in India?
So look, I have a mixed view. That doesn't mean that I'm negative on any situation. I don't think companies should be judged on the amount of money they raise from funding point of view. In fact, that's the worst parameter. It's about what is the strategy for a long-lasting company. number one. Number two, education can be for profit when it comes to Edtech because you have to do it. Because the one thing Edtech is doing is solving problems at scale, whereas the particular institution and brick and mortar will be as good as their install capacity. However, outcomes is a very, very important part when you're looking at any aspect of education. And you're part of the government and you know exactly that. Because without outcomes or ROI, as you would put it, there isn't really anything else. So I would endeavor that in Edtech, it is everyone's responsibility to make whatever we're doing much more accessible, much more affordable. And that doesn't mean that right now it's high priced. Actually, if you look at it for the value which it's giving, if the outcomes are great, it is definitely accessible and affordable. But we need to also focus on outcomes rather than just the value. So I think it's important for all of us in education to not get swept away with saying how well we're doing based on 9 private equity firms who are anyway herd mentality, who will come when they'll come, but they'll also go when the going is tough, by the way, and just feel how are we building long-term impactful companies. And the last thing I would say here is India, like maybe in the late 1990s and early 2000s, when the IT sector had an opportunity to be global, education and edtech from India, we have an incredible amount of scope to bring about some global companies, but we shouldn't mess up that opportunity.
Yeah, I totally agree that, from past 2 years, we were having online classes in our schools, and we have also seen that the physical mode of classes, I think the online mode can't replace that completely. Students require, there's a need that there's a physical teacher in class. Students have, when they come to schools, they get that sort of, socio-cultural and emotional support in the classes. And I think online classes is not a substitute. But yes, they play a very important role in upgrading the skills in few of the subjects. This is also what we have seen. We have tried, our students in government schools have also tried a lot of edtech tools, and we are seeing some incremental improvement in that.
So I would say in what we consider as the calendar event of our lives. It's a calendar event in our life that I have to go to school and I have to go to college. So your 1 to 16 years are kind of taken care of. Nobody expects you to do anything different, right? Till 16 or 17. So in that frame, yes, the offline part. But after that, and once you get into the work life, it should not be a zero equation, because then if you equated it so much to offline, then nobody wants to take that time off, because 90% of the time you're going into the job circuit, primarily because of socioeconomic reasons, and you need to. So the most important, expensive thing to do is to take a year off. One, because you lose that year's salary, and B, you don't know whether you have a job at the end of it. So there's a massive amount of inertia to then top up your learning. So that's really where I think online can make a big difference, because you don't have a choice to go off. You finished what you needed to do offline, and now you need to adapt to a medium where if you don't do online, the chances are you won't do it at all.
So what are your future plans for upgrade? Where do you see upgrade after 2 to 3 years or 4 years?
So, I think for us, outcomes is the most important thing. We're an integrated company, which means anyone and everyone from the age group of 17, 18 years, all the way to 50 and 60 years, any and every part of their continuous learning process is what we want to be a part of. All the way from an undergrad to the optionalities that you said of the course of the 11th and 12th standard, to campus learning, to all aspects of getting government jobs and etc. in the test prep sector, all the way to then short courses that prep you up, all the way to master's degrees, diplomas, including a doctorate. That's one part. I think the ecosystem tomorrow, in 5 years, when you look at education, there'll always be this segment of a fixed calendar event of school and college. But the other part is going to be, I would say, an umbrella of mentoring and coaching. Because today, more than ever, education will have to move to the soft part of it. Whereas actually what you need is that engagement to really do well in life, to do well in careers and professions that don't exist today, will exist tomorrow, and you weren't taught about it yesterday. So mentoring and coaching we see as a major part of what we want to look at doing upgrad, and be a sort of a lifelong learning partner in India. And second, definitely we'd be missing an opportunity if one or two global Edtech companies don't come out of India.
Well, I would like to tell you that even in Delhi government, we have started one Desh Ke Mentor program where we invite applications from across the country, and we have mentors who are coaching our government school students and guiding them how to go forward, what are their career opportunities based upon their interests and likings. So I think an excellent initiative of yours also. I would like to know more about Swadesh Foundation. So you are also doing a lot of work in CSR. And did you ever think of opening more schools under Swadesh Foundation? I got to know that Swadesh Foundation mostly works in rural areas.
Yes. So we work in rural areas. We're quite an ambitious project where we work with about 1 million people in the community, just now in the state of Maharashtra. We work with 1,200 schools and 800 Anganwadis right now. But to answer your question specifically, no, because infrastructure is to a certain extent there. It's a vanity metrics for me to say I built a school, but it'll be a 10 times more impactful if I train the teachers, motivated the principals, brought in a library. We started libraries in 500 of our schools there. You won't believe the level of attendance and interest that moved, because suddenly the kids, and the principal was not allowed to lock up, because normally a library in any rural school, as you would know, is in the principal's cupboard with a key, and nobody can take a book home. Here it was like, take a book home. Worst case, 10% will get lost, we'll replenish it. But because we gave the kids the responsibility to manage the library and not the teachers, not one book was replaced. But it gave a very magical one. So to me, infrastructure is good. What we do is build toilets and water, because without that, kids are not coming to school. But not the school itself. We would solar it. We would make sure that the solar gives you lights and fans all the time instead of getting off every half an hour and the kids sweat out. But not the school itself, because to us, the principle was we want to augment and we don't want to replace.
Well, I would, being education director of Delhi, I would like to tell you that you have, that's the most important point, that teachers training is something which is lacking right now. We have infrastructure. If we give proper training to teachers and principals, we can do wonders in government schools. We have seen a lot of schools which are being transformed because our principals and teachers have taken up, in a mission mode to improve the learning outcomes in the school. And absolutely, teachers training plays a very important role in improving the educational outcomes.
And, Machu, I'd like to add, because I've met enough of these teachers now. Firstly, they're highly committed. Two, they're making huge personal sacrifices. I've seen teachers who have a 1-year-old baby, but they've left them in a little city, but come here for 2 years in rural India to teach from that point. So they're very committed. 3, they want to learn. In fact, we have to go to the district collector and say, you ration out the number of days, because obviously everyone thinks teachers' life is whatever, but there's summer holidays is where they do X amount of catch up and work. So even to get that 17 days a year of the teacher training program is a challenge by itself in their calendar to get, but it's life changing. And when the principal takes it, it's even more.
Yes. So I would like to tell you that in Delhi government, we had started one Business Blasters program. It was also telecasted on television channels. And we had given a seed money of 60 crore rupees to 50,000 students. And we invited the best top 100 ideas were even showcased in a big expo. So we would like to know more about your Unilaser ventures. That what do you see in a startup when you invest in it?
Well, see, I'm not an investor. I'm first an entrepreneur. So when I look at it, I look at it already from inside and not from the outside. And I think that's an important qualification to make, because then you look at the company more as a company rather than your investment. And I think whenever I've looked at it there, it's paid off more dividends for me personally also. I think first and foremost, it is definitely the entrepreneur, the attitude approach of the entrepreneur, his problem spotting opportunity, get problem solving opportunity. Most people think they're looking for problem solvers. I think I've done well when I've been a problem spotter, not a problem solver, because then you're looking around the bend before you get hit, rather than walking around the bend, being hit, and then figuring out how to get up and get on with life. Second, I think for me personally is solving a problem at scale, because I think that's really where it's at. And therefore, the ability for the entrepreneur to understand the unit economics, not get infatuated with fundraising. As soon as somebody's in that mode where half the time your brain is, what is it that I will need to look like to look attractive to an investor? You're compromising your vision. You're actually trying to build something not in your own vision, but in somebody else's vision to attract them. The other person is coming there to invest you in your vision. You are looking at him for his vision. And that kind of has its own limitations. And I think that the third would be the size of the market. How big is the market in which we're operating in? Because there'll be up years and down years. If the market is large, even in a down year, you'll still continue to grow. But if the market is too niche, then it's very difficult for most first-time entrepreneurs to succeed.
Ronnie, you have made a lot of films. You have reached out to so many people through that. You have started Upgrad, and you must have counseled and coached and taken a lot of students, got them placed in a lot of universities. So what gives you more satisfaction?
Yeah, I think I'm not that difficult to please to myself. I would say I'm my biggest critic. But yes, when I do my Sunday sessions with our alumni, and there are 2,000 of them, and we're discussing sometimes the importance of communication and soft skills, or just the crossroad of a career, those are very gratifying times. Last week, Sunday, Monday, I was in Raigad with our Swadesh Foundation, and our objective is to have 75 of our 2,200 villages, to be clean villages, on 15th August, which is our 75th year of independence kind of situation. And I just realized going there that we have this whole list of 42 really good importance, from pakka houses, the road, the water, the sanitation, livelihood, many other things. But the soft factors, the villages I went to where the whole community had got together and they owned it. And with a sense of pride, they said, look, this empty little piece of land, we're doing some organic cropping here. This is how we cook our food. When they serve us the lunch, they'll be proud of us saying this is organic food. To me, if you can raise aspiration levels in rural India, and if you can actually influence our younger people to be job ready, these are massively life-changing and very gratifying to me.
In past 5 years, we have seen that broadband penetration in our country has increased a lot. So how do you think this will affect the Edtech space and agri-tech and other tech-based reforms, especially in rural India?
I think it's already happening. In the 2 years of COVID, none of us slowed down. Our farmers, we were doing online courses with them. We were doing online things with them wherever we could do that. Rescue operations, health and medication, the importance of taking a vaccination, and to a certain extent, not online classes because the teachers were not ready to be able to do that. But in many ways, what we call the Digital Swadesh Initiative, which should be anybody's digital initiative, has now become acceptable. It would have taken 5 years, 6 years for our community to accept something like this. But now everyone's found it very acceptable. So now we have to take advantage of how to use this in a particular manner. It used to be like the government would say, start community radio stations in places kind of situation. So it's now much more than that. It's like a mini community video station from that point. And it's amazing. I went to one of these villages and we were having an evening review session. And I said, okay, this is how we've done. So how come you trusted us? And they said, we checked you out on YouTube.
Oh.
Now imagine that's the power, right? These were just that whole taluka kind of people there. And they just told us straight, we checked you out on YouTube. And we liked the stories and the people and what the community had to say in your YouTube. That's how we said, come on in and help us. That's the power.
So, like technology is spreading so rapidly, do you think giving these mobile phones or laptops to the students or to young children, is it a double-edged sword? Or how best we can, create a balance between using these EdTech platforms also, and ensuring that our students...
You can call it a double-edged sword. The point is, life is about hard choices. So the question is, between yes and no, you can't sit around debating for 5 years whether it's good or bad. You have to take a call. And that's the most difficult thing, which only a few people can do. But if you ask me personally, I will say there's more positive than negative. Because firstly, you're not going to be able to keep technology out of the way from these people. They're going to figure out a way to access it in some form or the other. The more secretive it is, the more you're not going to be happy with the outcome. So I've found that if you let it, and the point is the power of the medium to learn can balance out the 20% of which you feel is distraction. Oh God, they're on the phone for 2 hours or 3 hours, whatever else. Even that is an interaction that happens. You're right, there will be a 20% negative. But I think it'll be an 80% positive. And second is, as a country, what choice do we have? Because if we don't do this, we'll have to spend billions and billions to set up, that kind of level of colleges. And then when you get to those level of colleges, that's never the answer, because trained faculty is the most important answer. And as you started by saying, teacher training is the life-changing thing, but we're not being able to do that. So then you go round and round in a circle. The ability for that electronic and digital online education means you can get the best of faculty, and have the highest level of impact.
I would like to know more about what are your future plans for, are you working on in some other field also? And
I'm very, very focused for as long as I'm going to be active. I'm now focused very clearly on UpGrad and our not-for-profit foundations for this. And some people play football and cricket as a hobby. And for me, the only hobby there is storytelling. So occasionally I'll make a movie like we did with Puri or some of the others right now.
Great. So any last message to all the viewers, Ronnie?
I think we're talking today about education. So two messages from me. I think one, education is not an event anymore. It is something that you'll have to accept that it is a lifelong learning for you. And the faster we all accept what that means for each of us, the better we'll prosper in life. And I think in a country like India, giving back for everyone is a very important phenomenon. It sounds like I started Swadesh only when one had the resources. Actually not. We started it 30 years back, not in that same name, in a much more smaller name. But today I think the younger generation lives a balanced enough life to understand that you've got to look left and right, and you've got to look out for other people, and you have to, in whatever way you can, give back. And I think if you have these two value systems with you, they just keep you grounded.
Thank you, Ron. It was very nice interacting with you, and thank you for giving time for this interaction. Yeah, thank you
so much. Thank you, and some very, very relevant, but pertinent and pointed questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
सुंदर नगरी में मैं रहती हूँ। मैं बिंदी बनाती हूँ। मेरे 4 बेटी हैं। मैं तो अपनी लाइफ नहीं बना सकी, मैं तो बिंदी में रह गई। मेरे बच्चे पढ़ लेंगे तो अपनी लाइफ बना लेंगे। बच्चे पूछते मम्मी कैसे, ये क्या है? मैंने बेटा मैं पढ़ी नहीं हूँ, पढ़ी होती तो मैं जरूर बताती मैं आपको। मेरे बच्चे पढ़ नहीं पाते थे, सिखाती स्कूल में से बहुत आती थी, पर ट्यूशन भी नहीं पढ़ा पाते बच्चों को। किसी टाइम जाता, पैसे नहीं होते घर के अंदर। ये अनुराधा दीदी है ना, वो एनजीओ में जो काम करती है, ये घर घर पूछ रही थी आके, बोली थी ये ना एक ऐप है जो मोबाइल में डाउनलोड करोगे ना, तो इसमें ना बच्चों को बिना नेट के पढ़ाया जाएगा।
तब मुझे नीचे जाना ही पड़ता है। अब तुम पढ़कर सुनाओ।
तब मुझे नीचे जाना भी पड़ता है।
शाबाश।
मेरे बच्चे भी पढ़े तो बहुत खुश हुए। मम्मी जी तो बिना पैसों के भी पढ़ाई हो रही है इसके अंदर।
मैं जल्दी घर जाना चाहती हूँ।
बहुत बढ़िया।
मुश्किलें हार गई जब बेटियों ने दी चुनौती।
तो जब से बोलो ये जो शुरू करा है तो मेरे बच्चे अच्छा पढ़ रहे हैं। मेरे बच्चों का आत्मविश्वास बढ़ चुका है। मम्मी हम भी तुम्हें कुछ बन के दिखाएंगे।
छोटे से बड़ी भौतिक इकाई।
कुमकुम मेरी डॉक्टर बनना चाहती है, छवि मेरी पुलिस बनना चाहती है। मेरे बच्चे कुछ कर लें तो उससे अच्छी बात क्या है।
All right, now we will move on to our first standalone session of the day titled The Role of Education in Enhancing Human Potential. For this, we would like to welcome Divya Gokulnath, co-founder Byju's.
Namaste, everyone. Thank you for having me here today to be a part of the India Education Conclave. I'm very happy because forums like these put education in the spotlight, which is a basic human necessity, as all of us know. In fact, it's a great leveler, it's a nation builder. And the demographic dividend of a country, it's only a theoretical possibility until it's activated with adequate, with equal education opportunities for everybody. Because education, it has the power to uplift not just an individual, but the entire society, and the ability to create opportunities at scale for the entire nation. At this point, I want to talk about what Nelson Mandela once said. He said the power of education extends beyond the development of skills we need for economic success. It can actually contribute immensely to nation building. Everything that we do today in life is built on the solid foundation of education, of basic education. It's what liberates us to think, to act, to envision progress. It creates a level playing field because it enhances the ability of each and every educated individual to realize their talents, pursue their goals fearlessly. Perhaps at some level, education is also taken for granted because most often its real value is felt more by those who don't receive it. And above all, education is actually all about molding young minds at each and every individual level and developing the human capital of the country. India, in fact, our country, it holds such a unique position in the world. 65% of our population is under the age of 35. This young working age Indian population is going to lead to high, huge economic growth, resulting in a demographic dividend. And if you look at education, skilling, these are going to be the twin engines of the country as India is going to gradually transform into a knowledge-based economy. And quality of education is key to capitalize. A talented, educated workforce is going to drive India forward. It's going to create so many more job opportunities. It's going to ensure inclusive growth. And with India actually being increasingly acknowledged across the world as a destination for higher quality capital, as opposed to a source of cheap labor sometime back. Investing in capital, skilling and upskilling of the workforce becomes so crucial to leverage this distinctive demographic dividend. A fundamental engine of our economic growth and development, a skilled population, it can actually provide kinetic energy to economic growth and generate momentum for so many sustainable development objectives that we have as a nation. And to just give a glimpse of the flip side, if investing in education is expensive, lack of education is more expensive for a nation. It's much more difficult to get investment into education because the results take time. We don't see that overnight. It takes years. In fact, it's much easier to show the picture of a shining bridge and get investment for that than it is to show that of an educated mind. It's something that gets nurtured over time, but something that yields immense impact. We all know that educational quality directly affects individual earnings. For an economy, education can actually increase the human capital in the labor force. This increases productivity, and that actually leads to a higher equilibrium level of output. Uneducated youth are much more unlikely to have a living wage for themselves. We all know that. So it is this convergence of education, of technology, of innovation, which is the cornerstone to any growing economy and will play a part in nation building. It will prepare our future generations for the unseen jobs of an uncertain tomorrow. In fact, so many jobs of tomorrow are not even defined. Children who are in primary school today, 65% of the jobs will be undefined in the years to come. As India and the rest of the world emerge stronger from the pandemic, one thing is certain. The growth paradigm of the 21st century is going to be centered on making quality education accessible. It is key to enhancing human potential. At Byju's, that's our core value. It's what keeps us going. It's what keeps us innovating. It's what keeps us creating again and again and again. It cannot be overemphasized that education alone cannot fill in the gaps. It is the delivery, it is the dissemination, it is the democratization that holds the key. It's actually critical for developing nations to harness the talent of their young population. Technology is going to play a powerful role here. I'll speak a bit about the role of technology in India. As one of the fastest growing economies in the world, India has been gradually shifting from being service driven to innovation driven. In fact, if you just look at the past 1 year, we witnessed so many startups across edtech, fintech, health tech, e-commerce, and all of them, so many of them have reached this coveted unicorn status. They've rolled out successful IPOs, a clear indication of the ripening of the startup ecosystem in India and a revolution that is just in the offing. And if you look at the challenges that we faced during the pandemic, those challenges have actually helped us accelerate innovation. We've achieved the technological progress of so many years in 1 year, in 2020 alone. This progress was actually most visible in the field of education. We now know technology can bring phenomenal changes in terms of personalizing learning as well as taking it to places, and also in what it can do with the format of teaching, of delivering quality learning. Today, the EdTech ecosystem, backed by the trifecta of ambition, skill, capital, it has massive potential to create world-class education products, learning solutions, not just empowering students, but also teachers, parents, institutions, all stakeholders around the world. And yet, I would still say the impact of technology in education is still yet to be realized. Education is grossly under-digitized. Less than 4% of the global expenditure on technology, making it one of the last sectors to be digitized. In contrast, fintech, it's been around for ages. So this knowledge economy and the future skills, they require massive digital transformation. And while accelerated through COVID-19, we still have a long way to go. Technology, if you think about it, it's actually also the only way to bridge the gap between access and quality learning. The physical inequities of access to education are far more difficult to solve than the inequities that exist in the digital world. The sector has made so much progress in enabling better learning outcomes. And as technology continues to advance and its integration in education expands, the scope to affect change, if anything in one word, that scope is limitless. The World Economic Forum estimates that 85 million jobs are likely to be displaced by 2025 due to changing skills. 50% of all existing employees are going to need some sort of reskilling. This calls for an urgent upskilling imperative. Tech-driven learning mechanisms can solve this at scale. They will take center stage in this process. And it's by making strategic investments in human capital, the wide talent pool of teachers, the digital infrastructure, can we lay the roadmap for India's youth. It's a powerhouse of knowledge. The knowledge economy of this future requires massive digital transformation, whose foundations are actually now being built. People often ask us, what made you enter this space? Did you expect Byju's to become such a big business? Let me tell you one thing. We started Byju's as a group of teachers, trying to solve challenges in how children learn, how teachers teach. For us, it was a clear case of passion intersecting with a real need in society. We didn't start this to make it a business. We started this purely out of passion. Since inception, we've been clear. Students are at the center of everything we do, whatever we plan, whatever we execute. Then, now, forever. We empower them to learn at their own pace, their own style. It's always been about helping them understand how to learn, not just what to learn. That's where the mindset of an active learner comes in, from conceptual clarity, so that you learn not just for exams, you learn beyond exams, you learn for life. And when students are able to treat learning as a lifelong journey, not contained to grades, not contained to examinations, they will never ever stop learning. And that's our mission, to keep learning, to enable people to keep learning. This constant learning, unlearning, relearning, it's a way of life in the future. Even now as adults, I'm sure we are constantly unlearning old skills and habits, relearning as the world constantly changes around us each and every single day. Change is a constant, and we're learning to live with that. Speaking about the journey of Byju's, what we've done is blended deep pedagogy with innovative technology. That's what has allowed us to impact 150 million learners today. So we are a teacher-led, teacher-owned organization. And I think that's one thing that has really set us apart. The second thing is the team. And the real recipe of the Byju's story is the team which has been there since inception. The founding team is here even today, over the last 10 years, with one constant mission and one direction. Technology and innovation is part of our DNA as well. Understanding what a student needs, understanding the issues they encounter, as well as how can we use technology? How can we leverage that? Let's scale the product to every student in India. Let's scale that product to everyone around us, around the world. So what we are creating is a global product. Each and every time we create one, which is localized to every country, but also personalized to every learner. Because for us, technology in education is not about automation. It's about finding the best way possible to empower a student into becoming a lifelong learner, into generating better learning outcomes. So we're constantly disrupting ourselves. We're constantly thinking, how can we offer the very best to every student who wants to learn? We've also created an opportunity for 12,000 women to teach millions of students across the world, to create a lasting impact on them. And this is a win-win, both for students and for these women who were part of the underemployed workforce. We know that half our graduates are women, but only 23% of them are in the workforce. So with this, we are able to bring back the golden age of teaching. We're able to enable women, give them a job that is highly respected, but also give them something where it's flexible for them to work from home, to work on their terms, and to be able to educate not just Indians, but students all over the world. Now, as I speak today, we are slowly entering the post-pandemic stage. We're building the infrastructure for the future of education. And the future of education is neither purely offline nor online, offering students the best of both worlds. That's what we're working on. Hybrid, blended learning models with offerings like our tuition center, the online classes with two-teacher advantage. All of these are giving students an opportunity to be in the driver's seat, for them to decide what works for them, what style of learning works for them. The right blend of technology in our system is enabling us to create that personalized learning path for every student, offer the recommendations they need, predict and solve their learning challenges so that they're able to get better learning outcomes. So in the same vein, what we need is not to reform education, but to transform our education system to create this. And that's what we aim to do every single day. I would like to end by talking about the immense potential we have from being part of a country that has emerged as the fastest growing major economy in the world, with its nominal GDP estimated to be at 232 trillion in FY 21-22. We're also expected to be one of the top 3 economic powers in the world over the next 10 to 15 years, backed by our robust democracy, our strong startup initiatives, which is boosting our ecosystem and allowing us to go and achieve whatever we dream to achieve. And as of 25th March, as per the Government of India, we are home to 94 unicorns with a total valuation of $320 billion. This is showing the support for new age entrepreneurship, if not anything else, right? So our government recognizes the importance of collaborating with disrupting innovators across the value chain to improve the public service delivery. In such a scenario, Byju's and all other similar companies will actually propel our education story forward. And with Indians expected to account for 1/5 of the world's working age population in the next 5 years, and an anticipated 850 million internet users by 2030, we are on the verge of enormous, unprecedented, digital-led economic growth. And all of us should take advantage of that. There is actually little question that India will soon become a worldwide economic powerhouse with the nation's focus on strengthening education, digital infrastructure, bridging demographic dividend, building healthcare, increasing employment, all of these coming together. If you think about it, not too long ago, we used to think that EdTech globalization flows in a single direction from US to the rest of the world. Today, I can proudly say EdTech globalization also flows from India to the rest of the world, including the US. And I think that is a matter of pride for all of us over here. The combined efforts of the public, the private sectors to develop physical and digital connectivity, it will also aid in unlocking rural and semi-urban India's unrealized potential to truly lead our country. That's where our next set of champions are coming from. And the role of education in enhancing human potential, it's tremendous. It's indispensable. So let's work together to build a better future, not just for us, but also for our children. And there is no better way for me to conclude my talk today than by reminding all of us how Mahatma Gandhi ji viewed education. He once said, literacy in itself, it's not education. Literacy is not the end of education or even the beginning. By education, I mean an all-round drawing out of the best in the child and man, body, mind, and spirit. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Divya. Now we move on to our first panel discussion of the day titled India and the EdTech Growth Story. In this session, the panelists will discuss how the EdTech sector has evolved, with the sector now joining hands with institutes as a step forward and moving beyond coaching centers. For this session, we have Arjun Nair, co-founder, Great Learning, Mihir Gupta, CEO and co-founder, Teachment, Vivek Sinha, COO, Unacademy, Trupti Mukkar, COO, Byju's International Business. And to moderate this session, we please welcome Anand Swami, Head of Industry, Government and Education, Google. Over to you, Anand.
Thank you, Shashank. Hi, everyone, and thanks for taking our time from your extremely busy lives to attend this session. I hope you and your loved ones are staying safe. My name is Anand Swami, and I lead the verticals of education and government at Google India, and I will be moderating the panel on the India and the EdTech growth story. For the panel today, we have Arjun Nair, co-founder Great Learning, Mihir Gupta, CEO and co-founder Teachment, Vivek Sinha, Chief Operating Officer for Unacademy, and Trupti Mukkar, Chief Operating Officer, Byju International Business. Welcome, everyone. To set the opening context, it's been about 2 years since the spread of COVID has transformed our lives. The education sector in India was estimated at roughly $90 billion in 2018 and is expected to amount to $225 billion by 2025, as per the latest report by the India Brand Equity Foundation. And the Indian EdTech sector is poised to grow both in terms of number of students opting for online courses, but also in terms of quality of education. There could be a bigger story waiting to be scripted. And just like the IT boom of the 90s and the e-commerce boom in the last decade, the Indian EdTech could be the next big thing globally. Let me kick off the conversation, and I think Vivek could not join the session, but let me kick off the conversation with a question for each of the panel members to share their views on business in the last 2 years and how you see it evolving this year and beyond. Trupti, if we could start with you.
Sure, Anand. So thank you again. Thank you for inviting me to the panel. I think a very relevant question, Anand, especially now as the world is opening up. Schools are thankfully back to normal and people are up and about, right? I think what's happened over the last 2 years from our perspective is from online learning, which has always been present for several decades now, right? From when we were children, e-learning, online learning has always been present. There was a widespread acceptance and awareness over the last 2 years, which moved into almost a necessity because schools were shut. Children couldn't learn any other way but digitally. To now, where actually digital is desirable. In a lot of manners, it's really accelerated the acceptance and awareness and the fact that digital is now desirable taking learning experiences that are not possible in a physical world, taking best of teachers, best of curriculum, immersive experiences to students across the world, across remote parts of the country. So from being always there, lurking in the background, to being a necessity, to now being extremely desirable. I think it's been wonderful the last, what 2 years have done to online education. And while the future is hybrid, digital is here to stay.
You're completely in agreement, Trupti. Mihir, if you could move to you about your views on the business over the last 2 years and the evolution that we expect going forward.
Sure. Thanks, Anant. I think it is great to be discussing at a forum where the entire education ecosystem is present, right from the governments to schools, universities, and the Edtech community as well. And broadly, if you look at the last 2 years for us, it has been exactly about powering this education ecosystem that we have here. So if you look at how Teachment started, we are still less than a 2-year-old team, a 2-year-old company. We launched our first product in May 2020. And it started with us realizing this big gap in product innovations when it comes to teaching and learning digitization. So that's how we got started. And the last 2 years has been just about building strong education infra products for the education ecosystem, right? So we have seen enormous amount of adoption across different segments from schools, colleges, individual teachers, tuition center operators, and even Edtech players. So it has been about just massive reception. So more than 10 million teachers and students using the platform, more than 10,000 students, 10,000 institutes utilizing the solution. Global adoption of the product in terms of 30 plus countries, and even the educator ecosystem itself expanding. That's what we have observed over the last 2 years.
Awesome. Thanks, Mihir. Over to you, Arjun, for your thoughts on the last 2 years and what 2022 and beyond bring for us.
Thanks, Anant, and great to see you again. And hello to all the other panel members. It's wonderful to be here. Thanks for having me over. The last couple of years have been very interesting for online education, as all the other panel members have spoken about. The first few months, we were wondering what was going to happen as to how this world is going to evolve. So I remember in March, in fact, we had several conversations with Anand of 2020, trying to see how to predict what's going to happen, what consumer behavior is going to be. But very quickly, what became evident is that folks are going to use this opportunity where they have to be at home to upskill and utilize that time to improve their skill sets and prepare them for the future. And that, as a result, has translated into a business opportunity and, of course, an opportunity for us to bring a lot of folks online. So for those of you who do not know, we used to have a pretty large offline business before COVID. Now, all of them have very easily moved online. And not only that, we've now started reaching learners from different parts of India, many tier 2, tier 3 cities. We've started reaching people from all over the world because the same model that we created in India was applicable in Africa, in Latin America, in developed countries, in the US, in Europe, in Japan. So it was actually quite fascinating for us to see this explosion of learners coming onto our platform. So we added about 3.5 million learners in that 2-year period. A lot of that was free courses that we offered. Even the paid subscriber base increased many-fold in that duration, and our team size also grew by about 4 times in this 2-year period. And as many of you would know, that resulted in us being able to really accelerate the development of our courses and introduce learning opportunities for students all over the world. So it's actually, while, of course, the world suffered and many people went through difficulty for online education, as some of the panel members have spoken about earlier, this really was a critical turning point where it accelerated the adoption of technology, and everybody now is comfortable buying for online products, learning products, even if it costs several lakhs of rupees, and started looking at this as a mainstream opportunity for them to get a higher degree, maybe the one higher education that they will take in the form of an MBA degree or a master's degree or even PhD for that matter. Now folks are actually willing to consider this and pay several lakhs of rupees and really look at this as an opportunity to transform their careers. So all of that has happened in the last 2 years. And our forecast is that this is going to continue. It's going to continue to accelerate. And it's actually going to be very exciting in the coming few years. Hello, Anand. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, Arjun, you're audible.
Okay, so I think Anand had some trouble at his end.
Maybe Vivek, you wanted to go next.
I think Vivek also dropped off. Should we just discuss the next item on the list?
Yeah, most certainly.
Yeah, probably maybe we can wait a minute if Anand joins back. I think Vivek is back.
Hi, sorry, I think there was a tech issue at my end.
No worries. I think Vivek, Anand is having some tech challenges. So maybe you can go next. We were just discussing how the last 2 years have been for the businesses that we are into.
For us, actually, the last 2 years have been really amazing. We started as a YouTube channel in 2015, and it was only about 3 years back that we started monetizing through a subscription model. There were a lot of concerns in the market about especially the category that we operate into, which was our mothership is test prep. So there were concerns about how much and whether test prep as a category is going to move online or not. But what pandemic showed us that businesses, even the smaller coaching center as well as learners and educators, they were really quick to adopt new age technology platforms. The more important part is that even after pandemic, once now that the pandemic wave has gone, we are actually still growing at a very, very healthy pace, even in the core test preparation business. So while offline is back, now it's very clear that online education in the test preparation category is not going anywhere. So the effect is similar to what we saw in demonetization, right? While demonetization accelerated the let's say adoption of fintech product, there was a lot of noise about what would happen once the cash flows back in the system. So the answer was that fintechs never went back to what they were before demonetization, right? So that one event actually only accelerated the adoption of tech product. So I believe that eventually a significantly large chunk of education is going to move online. It's evident. What let's say the last 2 years or pandemic that only accelerated the pace. So that happened in our mother category, which was test prep. Interestingly, we saw a lot of other categories also moving towards online. So we have a fledgling business in the jobs and skills, and that brand is called Relevel. That is one of the fastest growing category in our portfolio. People, what Relevel does, it upskills you and it helps you in cracking your dream job. So, like I said, fastest moving category, extremely high adoption, extremely high retention. We also tried out with in the US market. So we launched our operations some time back with a few categories, medical and nursing. We observed the same trend over there. So I think last 2 years has been very exciting, especially in some of the categories. The shift was so I would say it was so prominent that the entire market has moved online. For example, there's a category called NEET PG. There we operate through both the Unacademy brand as well as our sister brand called Prep Ladder. Now we command 30% of the market share in that category, and all online players combined practically accounts for the entire market shares. At one point of time, even that category used to be offline, not long back, about 5 years back. Now that entire market has moved online. So yeah, last 2 years have been very amazing. And what it shows us is that I'm not saying offline would go away. Of course, offline players are there to stay for some time. And it's not also either or. We can already see some hybrid model and other models emerging, which are actually amalgamation of both online and offline. But online will only grow from strength to strength from where we are. And we will see many more categories switching to online in the coming years. So that is, and in fact, that's the fact that we are betting on. And the last 2 years, we have diversified into many more new categories and business lines. That has been one of our strongest lever of growth, in fact. So yeah, exciting times for us and all tech players in general.
No, absolutely, completely in agreement, Vivek. And thanks everyone. I'm with you completely. I think the business has gone, the vertical has gone more digital, from being in the background, in the shadows, becoming more desirable. Individuals looking to pay a premium. And while hybrid and offline is here to stay, but the acceptance in the ecosystem is going to be far, far higher going forward. Now moving on, now all of you have either gone global, looking to build your brands overseas. How has this experience been, and what challenges did you work through? Arjun, if you could start with you.
Yeah, so we started our international business about 3 years back. And we first went to countries that were similar to India. So we were looking at Southeast Asia, Africa, Middle East, because we thought that that's where this value proposition would resonate. And then we were able to build a business there. Then we tried more developed markets, which is the US and Europe, and then eventually Latin America, and of course, the Far East as well, Japan and so on. So what we found out was that many of the values that we ascribed as important in India were the same values that resonated around the world. And these values were around high quality brands. So we work with the best brands. So MIT, UT Austin, Stanford. These brands, of course, work everywhere in the world. Secondly, high level of service excellence and delivery and quality. So that is a very important attribute everywhere. And most surprising for us, and maybe not surprising in retrospect, is that affordability is actually a very strong value, even in really developed markets. And we were able to differentiate our product offering in these markets by saying that, hey, here is a high quality offering, world class, but affordable. And on top of that, we are providing all this high touch service because we are able to create that cost arbitrage with our teams being based out of India. So to your question as to what have we learned, we've learned that some of these values are same. Of course, there are cultural differences on what people have in terms of their aspirations in Africa, in Latin America, in the US are all different in India. The kind of jobs that are there are different. So the kind of courses that will work in a certain market is different from a kind of course that will work in another market. And of course, when you interact with learners, what you need to actually speak to them, how do you speak to them is different. And even the channels with which you reach out to them and the technology that you use to reach out to them is different. So all of that we've learned. But I think globally, what we are seeing is that there is a democratization happening. Every learner now has access to pretty much from every part of the world because of internet and because of mobile ubiquity. Every learner from around the world has access to the same platforms. So if you need to win in such a world, you have to have a superior product. You have to have a superior service offering. And in a competitive world, you have to be able to now position your offering at a competitive price. So we've been able to do that. And as a result of that, we found that, even now in the past, when I was 5-10 years back, or even 20 years back, when you look at it, we very rarely find Indian products finding acceptance around the world, especially in developed countries. But today, I think increasingly Indian companies are able to build, especially in education, a brand globally. So we've been able to do that, and our entire team sits out of India. We don't have any presence in any of these markets. So a team which is 100% in India is able to now deliver for a global audience and at a world-class level, as you would expect in any of these markets. And then the testimonies that we get and the program satisfaction that we get from a US is almost exactly the same as what you would get in India, which is actually very surprising for us, because in the beginning we used to wonder, will our service? Will people in India, will we be able to break those cultural barriers? Will the content translate? It was actually surprising. And I think it comes down to the fact that many of us knew India as a hub of education is right up there. And I think that can really be a very, very important, I think in this context of being able to export education, world-class, high-quality education. So I think Indian brands will increasingly do that. And we've been quite fortunate to be able to do that. We now have learners from 170 countries, pretty much every continent. So it's been a wonderful journey to get there.
Thank you, Arjun. Trupti, if I could get your views on the same question of around how the experience of expanding globally has been and challenges that you might have faced around the same journey.
Yeah, sure, Anand. And I think it's been a very, very exciting last just under 2 years. So Byju's has been global for some time now with the Early Learn, Disney Early Learn, as well as with Osmo. But our live online learning for young children, which is within the age segment of 6 to 18, is just under 2 years old. And it's been a very, very fulfilling experience. So today, as I talk, we are present in Americas, of course, UK, Australia, New Zealand, and a ton of other English-speaking markets. But what's been very, very fulfilling as a journey has been our ability to be able to open LATAM markets. So we have full-fledged Brazil operations for Portuguese customers and learners, and Mexico-based operations for Spanish learners. What we've seen fundamentally is the very similar to the ITS model. The opportunity to win customer trust comes from fundamentally doing similar core things consistently across the geographies. So in an education product for the segment that we work in, parent trust and learning outcomes are pivotal. No matter which market you go to, the parents have to trust you. Your initial growth has to come from word of mouth and the testimonials of early adopters. Once that's done well, it becomes easy because you have referenceability. So across all of our markets, and we take great pride in saying that, a lot of our business, upwards of 30-35% of our business, even in new markets, comes from reference. So it doesn't matter whether it's English market, it's Spanish market, or Portuguese market. Once you win the trust of the initial set of parents by showing them learning outcomes, that becomes very important. And then, of course, operationally, as Arjun spoke about, there are nuances because it's education product for early learners. There is a calendar. Each country's topicality is different. Each country's festivals are different. Each country's calendars, the students, the events that students celebrate, learn, do exams around have to be taken in consideration. So all of that becomes very important. And therefore, the right model is truly global, where the values of experience, values of principles of parent trust, referenceability all remain constant. But you're definitely doing a lot of localization with respect to calendar, with respect to curriculum, with respect to use of technology and resources that are available locally. What we've also seen is that, very interestingly, our conversion rates in English-speaking markets, specifically the developed world, have been easily more than twice or thrice of what we have seen in India. And that's primarily coming from affordability. So now when you draw the parallel of India being hub of ITES, and draw that parallel for live learning, which is where we are trying to expand across the markets. Very, very, very strong early proof points in terms of both growth rates as well as acceptance. Our conversion rates are more than twice in India. Our renewals are definitely as good or even better. So the acceptance of English-speaking teachers from India teaching multiple courses to young learners in developed world is very, very promising early experiences. In terms of challenges, again, like I spoke about the fact that when you're early, and we have been doing a lot of these, growth trajectories in parallel. So opening a Spanish market, opening a Portuguese market, expanding within English-speaking countries has been obviously to make sure that, you are being true to the customer there, because end of the day, it's the experience and the early word of mouth that's very important. So just to be able to do that at scale with the speed at which we are doing it has been a very interesting ride. Anand. So,
absolutely, Trupti. Thanks for that. That also sets up the next question. So, thanks both Trupti and Arjun. And moving on to my next question, which I'll start with Mihir. How do you see the technology evolving to support the growth and the localization? or the user experience as well as the forecasting future trends. There have been instances where AI ML support learning in local languages. There are moves that some of the partners have made in the AR VR space. So Mia, if I could get your thoughts in that space.
Sure. So I think, and I'll try to cover both questions, both on the technology part as well as the global relevance of that. I think, Anand, broadly, when we look at technology solving problems in this space, I think the biggest frontier to solve for is physical teaching and physical modes of teaching and infrastructure, right? And this is surprisingly one area which has seen very limited penetration of technology, right? Practically, the classroom learning for majority of students in India and emerging markets is happening very similar to the way it used to happen 20 years ago. And that is where I think technology has a very big role to play in both, number one, making teaching more effective by just closing the loop on learning with a very effective learning management solution, and also making much more efficient for the teachers and the educators in just automating the way, let's say, assessments, grading, log keeping happens. So this is where we are seeing technology being adopted very fast and playing a big role. And this is where I think our experience of taking this technology global has also been very different from, let's say, what other panelists would have on this forum. Because being a SaaS player, the product was always horizontal and always meant to go global in some sense. However, what we have seen is that even while we go global and tackle the problem of this big software and product gap in the emerging markets, localization from a vernacular perspective remains very important, right? So for the adoption, what we have seen is just the platform being present in 20 plus Indian and international languages has made this adoption very easy. And another aspect has been just it being mobile first. I think what has been a gap in education technology largely is that software and technology has been built keeping a developed market in mind traditionally. And especially in education software, the products haven't been built with a mobile first mindset, and that is what is radically different in how we are seeing this spread as of today in India and emerging markets.
Got it, Mir. Thanks for that, and I'll take the same question to Vivek as well. So Vivek, your thoughts on how you see technology evolving to support the growth and other aspects of the business.
Sure. I'll start from a very interesting observation that Mihir made, which was about making these products available to the masses. At an academy, more than 80% of my users come from tier 2, tier 3 cities and villages. So for us, technology has always been it has been at the forefront. So our attempt is always that making our products accessible to more and more people. So be it optimizing the in-class experience for the lowest bandwidth internet possible. So that is the level to which we optimize because of where my users come from. But going ahead, I think there are three key themes on which technology is going to add a lot of value for us and our learners. One is the theme around learning in your own language. Like I said, we operate in more than 70 different categories within Edtech today. And if you leave aside the top 10 or 12 categories, which are, let's say, which have a national level curriculum, all other exam categories are regional exams. So through technology, if we provide the learner the ability to learn their own language, I think that's going to be game changing. The second theme is around personalized learning plan. So currently, most of the Edtech products are either self-served or it's one-to-one or one-to-many, wherein the assumption is that every learner has to learn at a certain pace. With the use of technology, if I can provide a personalized learning plan wherein a learner can study at his or her own pace, and wherein the technology can exactly tell what are the gaps in the, let's say, learning outcome, and then prepare a personalized journey to address exactly those gaps, I think that's going to be game changing. And the third is the element of gamification. That probably may be more relevant for the segments than that in which we operate, because test preparation is actually it's a game. You compete with others. It's a combat, right? You constantly need to know how are you faring compared to others. So yeah, these are the three key themes going ahead, which we believe technology will make a very, very meaningful impact, and that is where we are focusing on.
Thanks, Vivek. Now moving to the next question, and again I'll go around the table to get your views on this. But what do you believe is the current competitive advantage that a Indian player brings when we are looking at expanding more at a global front? Trupti, if you could start with you.
Yeah, I think, sure, Anand. A lot of elements that we have covered, so Edtech is driven by two key forces, right? One is the technology, because that powers curriculum, experiences, and really the ability to scale and deliver consistent quality. So extremely strong technology, extremely strong innovation to deliver learning experiences and outcomes. And then second is, of course, the teachers. So if you combine these two, English-speaking teachers, right? If you combine these two, I think I don't need to add anything else to the unique selling value or the USP that India brings to the table. Both innovation in EdTech as a sector, as Deva was extensively talking about, we are increasingly becoming the center of gravity for that innovation in EdTech globally. And then, of course, with highly capable teacher pool across multiple technical as well as curricular and co-curricular segments, I think those two forces put together is a very, very strong competitive advantage for India to be able to make an industry in itself.
Thanks, Trupti. So technology and teachers. Mihir, your views on this?
Yeah, and I think for me, what stands out for the Indian ecosystem, and I would talk from a SaaS perspective, is just the speed of execution, right? The pace at which our ecosystem is moving in terms of just churning out products, constantly iterating, and evolving with the needs of the market. I think that is super fast and unprecedented, and a lot of it is also driven by just this availability of talent, both in quality as well as numbers, when it comes to tech and product, which is driving a lot of this space. So I think that is what differentiates the ecosystem and is giving a strategic advantage that a lot of this tech is getting developed in the ecosystem and then going outwards to the world.
No, thanks, Mihir. Vivek, if I could get your thoughts also.
Our experience has been very interesting. So I believe India is the most competitive edtech market to be in, and whoever wins India, that player will find it really easy to win another market. I'll share a short example with you. So our first foray into the US market is through a category which is probably $1 billion category in the US, and the largest player does about $150 million annual ARR. That exam is only taken by 54,000 learners in a year, and the pass rate is above 80%. Now, when you compare that to IIT JEE or UPSC or NEET, it's much more competitive. So Indian tech market is much more competitive, and hence when I look at the product that the top player is offering in that market, it's actually a digital book. It's nothing else. And when I compare, not just to us, I think our product is probably more evolved when it comes to the tech players in India. But even when I compare the US tech products to any of the products available in India, even from our peers, I think we are far more evolved. That's one. Second is the Indian tech players have the experience and the ability to cater learners in, let's say, 10 or 15 different languages. I think nothing can be more complex than that. Indian tech players operate in an environment wherein the price sensitivity exists. A lot of certain categories are low, very, very low AOV categories, and if you are able to actually crack traction and growth with a decent learning experience in those categories, I think the international markets are definitely not going to be tougher than the Indian market. Of course, each market has its own playbook. It's important to understand the needs, the wants, and the gaps of each market, and that is precisely has been a learning journey for us as well. For example, we went to the US. We did not go with the content which was available with us in India. We hired content creators locally because we thought that the acceptance of educators and content that has been created in India may not be as high in the US market. So while my entire other cost structure sits out of India, my content creator and educator, they sit out of the US because we realized that the acceptance was much higher. So there will be some such cultural nuances that each or let's say some unique challenges that each geography will pose as and when we and our peers expand abroad. But I believe fundamentally all the edtech players in India are much more battle hardened, and there is no reason why we should not win at a global scale.
No, completely agree, Vivek. Arjun, your thoughts on the same?
Yeah, so I think you will find a lot of parallels with how the whole outsourcing business model evolved in India. If you look in the last 20, 30 years, and India became a huge hub of that. And many of the reasons why that became a huge differentiator and a source of economic growth for India, I think you'd find those things in EdTech as well. And if I were to break that down into what those elements are, I think one is, of course, this talent density that is there. And we spoke about that. So what do I mean by that? One, you have a large number of people who speak English, who are fairly well educated, who, it's all there. If you want to find somebody in math and software engineering, in artificial intelligence, I mean, it's amazing. You can find the volume of people in anything that you want. With good English speaking skills in a fairly easy way. The second advantage related to that is the cost advantage, right? You cannot build this business anywhere else because the folks that are available in India are at a high quality. You can get an AI ML engineer in India, and for a fraction of the cost that you would. Still very expensive in Indian rupees, but still a fraction of the cost would it be had you hired somebody like that in the US. So you can have a really high quality AI machine learning expert teaching AI and machine learning now to people in the US at a quality that is expected in the US at a fraction of the cost, which is actually an incredible advantage that is there in India. And it's a win-win for everybody because you're lowering the cost for the folks who are learning all of this in the US or any other market. Are you creating economic opportunity for the people in India who's able to provide the service, and the technology and the platform can enable this? So this is one area of just having this talent and talent availability across many different areas to be an exporter of education, right? So the second, I agree with what Vivek spoke about, which is that as a customer base, if you start looking at the customer base and the diversity and the depth of the customer base, and the challenges that are there, if you solve for the customer base in India, you create enormous competitive advantage for your business, which actually works in any market that you go to. Because you will have to deliver. India is a very demanding customer who expects high quality at extremely low cost. So, if you're able to build a business that does that, and that solution, you take it to any market, you will have a very unique competitive advantage, which is extremely hard for anybody else to replicate. And this is what we saw. We took our product and we went to the US, and suddenly we brought down the cost of everything our competitor was offering by a factor of 10. So our nearest competitor was 10 times more expensive than us in the US. And suddenly the US business just opened for us in a way that we never imagined, because everybody looked at this and they said master's degrees cost $40,000, but you're offering something similar at $3,500. What is going on? Right. So that's I think the advantage came because in India, anything more than 2 or 3 lakhs won't sell. So we had to figure out how to make this happen at that $3,500 cost. And then we took it abroad, and then suddenly, a market opened for us. So I think for even reverse, even if you are a player in the US or any other developed economy that you started, you'll eventually have to crack India, because India is where the largest consumer base lives, and you'll have to figure out how to make it work for you to survive. So I think on both sides, from a supply perspective as well as from a demand perspective, I think it's a great market to be in, and you have to focus here and you have to make it work.
No, thanks for that, Arjun. Now, I know we are running a bit short on time, but one last question, and I'll go again around the table. Very, very short, maybe a minute each. Any piece of advice you might want to give any newcomer in the tech space looking to build for the world? If we could start with you, Vivek.
So I think the first piece of advice that I would give to a newcomer is probably try and avoid categories which are low intent, because then it requires a lot of push sales, and then as you scale, either the cost structure doesn't support the growth or it becomes unmanageable. So for us at an academy, what has really worked is very high intent. Picking and choosing the right category, I think that itself is probably the best advice I can give. Theoretically, yes, every education category can move online, but it's really, really difficult to build an education business in, let's say, a lot of categories which are not so much high intent. Apart from that, I would give the same advice that I would give to any normal entrepreneur, not just specific to Edtech. Build great products. I think the one thing that we take a lot of pride is focusing a lot on the content and focusing a lot on the learner outcome. I think if you do that right, 50-60% of the problem is already taken care of. And then of course, crack low cost traction. I think what kills players, or let's say fledgling players in EdTech, is very, very high CAC, because businesses, beyond a point, it becomes unsustainable if you are just, let's say, burning a lot of money to generate demand for your product. So if your product is good, if the product deliver what it commits, and if you are able to figure out a low cost traction channel to bring user to try out your product, I think that's the secret sauce. And that would happen if you go to the right set of categories.
Got it. Thanks, Vivek. Mihir, your advice to all the newcomers.
Yeah, I think Anant, what is really clear is that the education ecosystem is quite massive, and the opportunities to solve problems are also enormously massive, right? But I think what is important is for any new entrant to look at the problem statement from newer lenses, right? What I mean by that is, at Teachment, we started looking at the problem statement from an infrastructure lens, right? And that opened up opportunities to solve problems across segments, across the entire industry. So similarly, there would be massive opportunities that need to be solved and will not be solved for the next few years, right? We are just scratching the surface of what we can solve in education, but it will require newer perspectives on what you are solving.
Got it. Thanks, Mihir. Trupti, your views and advice for the newcomers?
Yeah, I think I'll keep it short. So there's a lot of opportunity, but equally there are a lot of players. So look at the product and build the product very deeply. It has to be 10x better than what you can find otherwise. And then think about scaling, because while the opportunity is immense, it's also a very highly competitive market.
No, absolutely, Trupti. And Arjun, your views?
Yeah, I would say, a couple of things. One is, as Trupti just spoke about today, a product is a global product, right? So a consumer is now familiar with whatever is best in class around the world. So whoever is building something will have to operate at a level that is best in class. So that's number one. You definitely have to be up there. I think the second thing is, in today's world, it's important to have a very clear path to profitability. So I think the world where you could have built businesses and scaled it and eventually then figured it out, I don't think that is the ecosystem we live in today. So today, if you are trying to build a business in EdTech or anything for that matter, I think having that unit economics, having a clear value proposition, and making sure that your business can be profitable quickly, I would think makes sense. And I would advise anybody who's entering this field to have that very clearly, set.
No, thanks, Arjun. I think we are out of time, but I would like to thank the panelists for taking the time out of their very busy schedule for this open and extremely candid conversation. Thank you all for being an amazing audience as well, and hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
मेरा नाम नूतन है। सुंदर नगरी में मैं रहती हूँ। मैं बिंदी बनाती हूँ। मेरे 4 बेटी हैं। मैं तो अपनी लाइफ नहीं बना सकी, मैं तो बिंदी में रह गई। मेरे बच्चे पढ़ लेंगे तो अपनी लाइफ बना लेंगे। बच्चे पूछते मम्मी कैसे, ये क्या है? मैंने बेटा मैं पढ़ी नहीं हूँ, पढ़ी होती तो मैं जरूर बताती मैं आपको। मेरे बच्चे पढ़ नहीं पाते थे, सिखाती स्कूल में से बहुत आती थी, पर ट्यूशन भी नहीं पढ़ा पाते बच्चों को। किसी किसी टाइम जो होता पैसे नहीं होते घर के अंदर। ये अनुराधा दीदी है ना, वो एनजीओ में जो काम करती है, ये घर घर पूछ रही थी आके, बोल रही थी ये ना एक ऐप है जो मोबाइल में डाउनलोड करोगे ना, तो इसमें ना बच्चों को बिना नेट के पढ़ाया जाएगा।
तब मुझे नीचे जाना ही पड़ता है। अब तुम पढ़कर सुनाओ।
तब मुझे नीचे जाना भी पड़ता है।
शाबाश।
मेरे बच्चे भी पढ़े तो बहुत खुश हुए, मम्मी जी तो बिना पैसों के भी पढ़ाई हो रही है इसके अंदर।
मैं जल्दी घर जाना चाहती हूँ।
बहुत बढ़िया।
मुश्किलें हार गई जब बेटियों ने दी चुनौती।
तो जब से बोलो ये जो शुरू करा है तो मेरे बच्चे अच्छा पढ़ रहे हैं। मेरे बच्चों का आत्मविश्वास बढ़ चुका है। मम्मी हम भी तुम्हें कुछ बन के दिखाएंगे।
छोटे से बड़ी भौतिक इकाई।
कुमकुम मेरी डॉक्टर बनना चाहती है, छवि मेरी पुलिस बनना चाहती है। मेरे बच्चे कुछ कर लें तो उससे अच्छी बात क्या है।
More than labs and classrooms, more than faculty and students, every educational institution is, at heart, a community. A community working together to provide access to quality education at all levels as we collectively race toward a sustainable future. Nurturing such a community requires speed, agility, and accuracy. You need to predict behavior, anticipate needs, and personalize every experience. Education Cloud is the key to knit your community together by integrating tools, resources, and information from across your institution, infused with insights and best practices from a global community of educators. So your recruitment and admissions teams identify and engage ideal applicants and enroll the best fit students in a personal way at scale. Your student services teams foster a sense of belonging for students and proactively support them throughout their studies. Your alumni relations officers turn graduates into lifelong ambassadors, while your advancement officers nurture donors through relationship-driven fundraising efforts. Education Cloud gives you a 360-degree view of candidates, students, and alumni, and lets you engage them like never before. Create a community that sparks student success and institutional success. Foster trusted, meaningful relationships with learners and teachers, staff and stakeholders, alumni and donors. One relationship at a time.
All right, now we move on to our next session of the day titled Education with a Student-centric View. For this session, we have Vikrant Deshmukh, Lead Solution Consultant, Salesforce. Over to you, Vikrant.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Indian Express India Education Summit 2022. I hope you all are having a good time out here. Today, we are going to take a look at how you as an educational institution can impart education with a student-centric approach. That's right. And before we begin, a little about myself. So my name is Vikrant Deshmukh, and I am a solution engineer at Salesforce. I have been with Salesforce for close to 8 years. And in the recent couple of years, I've had the privilege of working on a couple of educational institutions' technical transformation. So there was a phase where I was involved for the digital transformation of these institutions. And there were some observations that I made. I have some experience to share with you And that's why let's take a look at today's agenda that we have based on the similar observations. So we'll take a look at how is it that you can craft a connected experience for your student journey. Then with the kind of data that you accumulate about your students, how is it that you can use the same data to build something like a single source of truth, that is a student 360 view, so that you can look at your students' data in one place. And the next point is to make sure that you are set up for the success of your students, because that is what is going to set you apart as an educational institution. And finally, we'll take a look at how you can evaluate your own performance as an institution regarding the set of activities that you're driving, the initiatives you're taking, and how you can measure all of these. So let's get started with the discussion. So the first and foremost question of any educational institution could be that how is it that we can find, connect, and engage with our best fit prospects, right? But even before we try to answer this question, let's also try to understand, what is the changing face of today's candidate, right? What is it that we are looking at when we see that a particular candidate is applying for a course today? So today's candidate is basically mobile first. They have had early access to internet. They have had early access to mobile phones and smartphones, and that's why they would expect you to go to them rather than them coming to you, right? So, keep in mind that we are dealing with a generation who has had early access to, internet and mobile phones. Unlike us, I can imagine in my days, I had to go to several colleges, fill up an admission form at each of the college, and, then be hopeful that, where is it that I'll get an admission? But today it's all different, right? These are the candidates who would want everything on their fingertips, right? So be it looking at an educational institution, taking a campus view, or looking at information about what courses they offer, and it could be something as simple as filling up an application form, right? So all of these experiences matter to today's candidate because they are digital first, and that's how we as an educational institution should make sure that we have a gatekeeper on all of the channels that these candidates are present on. So to take a look at the indicator journey of a particular student. So let us say they interact with a lot of content. They look at websites, they look at your social media pages, they try to uncover information about you, what courses you offer, how's the life of a student at your university or college, right? So these are kind of questions that they might have. Now, while they are exhibiting this behavior of being curious by visiting a website or visiting your social media pages, how is it that you can leverage this behavior for advantage is the question. Now, let us assume that if a candidate over here is visiting your Facebook page and she basically looks at a lot of information and she clicks on an ad on your Facebook page, there's a good chance that she'll be driven to a sign-up page, which is going to be a webinar. And webinar, because again, it's a digital-first approach of driving awareness among the student community of who you are as an institution. So she signs up for a webinar, and then with that information, what is it that you do, right? Once she submits a form, you can leverage that information to craft even more personalized experiences, personalized communication, and drive that awareness of who you as an institution are, right? So this is not one channel. Now, there's a good chance that you drive her to your own website or a dedicated portal where she can fill up an admission form. And while she's doing that, right, to answer the nitty-gritties, answer a few of the questions that she has, you will have something like a chatbot sitting at the corner of a window, and this chatbot is going to take care of all the petty questions that she has, so that you are working smartly as an educational institution and making sure that the tech is working for you rather than your workforce behind the tech. So this is an indicative journey of a particular student that you can imagine. Now, how is it that you can create this kind of a connected experience, right? So let's take a look at who are the personas in your administrative division who are going to take a look at the whole student journey, starting with, let's say, the counselors, to someone like director of admissions, or someone like a registrar, or the head of the dean of the university, or the vice chancellor of the university, right? So these are the kind of personas that you will actually have in your institution. And all of these have different tasks, right? They have different responsibilities, different duties that they would want to carry out. At the same time, they want to look at data in a specified way, right? what matters to them is what they would want to look at. For example, a counselor will be more interested in taking a look at, possibly the admissions details of a candidate, right? They would want to know where this candidate comes from so that they can recommend the right course and the right program to this candidate. Whereas someone like a director of admissions, they would want to know that, how many admissions are happening, or, what is the top of funnel going to look like. And in the end, if you have someone like a dean or a chancellor who's going to look at the data, they would want to look at, what's the admission season looking like, right? What's the total number of enrollments, or what is the kind of diversity that I'm looking into, right? So these are kind of things that everybody would want to know, and there's a good chance that they're using disparate systems. They're using all different systems, which is not going to give them a unified view. The view for all of these is going to be divided. Now, because there is no synergy internally in the administration, I think the whole objective of giving the students a stellar experience is, a bit of sidelined over here. And, how is it that a platform like Salesforce can basically have a play over here, right? So Salesforce is that one single platform that can bridge this gap between your teams so that they start working efficiently. And what you basically is going to see is that the digital divide between your institution and your students is again going to be bridged by the technology that you're going to use. And this is also going to help you to put a digital first step ahead so that you can serve, or you can basically attract your students in a much better fashion, right? This could be in the form of tailored communication or a personalized communication, which basically helps them understand that, yes, this institution is listening to my voice. They really care about what is it that I want to do and what am I interested in, right? So that's the kind of experience that you can imagine here. So here, this is a unified view that you can give to your personas. And again, as a platform, Salesforce offers a holistic solution out there, which is going to be, the bridge between the two kind of personas that you're looking at, the applicants and the admissions team. And this unified experience is nothing but based on a single platform. So on one side of the platform, you will have something like a portal where a student is going to come, fill up an admission form, possibly get their questions answered by a little bot which is sitting on that portal. And all of this is again mobile driven. It is mobile first, so that you don't have to worry about where or when they can access your portal, right? So that is basically trying to fill up an admission form on the go anywhere, right? And on the other side of the platform is basically your admissions team, who's going to take a look at who's basically submitting these application forms and admission forms, whether they're submitting the right details, the documents collected are actually there or not. If a document is missing, then maybe they would want to follow a checklist and assign themselves tasks to follow up with the candidate and ask them, where is this document? So things like these are very much possible, using the admissions connect functionality of Salesforce. So going further, what is it that you can do with all this data, right? So if you have data being accumulated at various stages of your student journey, then it is nothing but an imperative for you to connect this data, connect the pieces of information that you have from different departments, from different interactions, and consolidate them into one single view, like a student 360 view. Now, if you see that there has been a lot of activity on the marketing side where you try to deliver personalized communication to the student, then you want to make sure that they come to your portal and they fill up admission forms. So the admission reviews are going to happen. Then a lot of updates and a lot of feedback will be given on those admission forms and things like that. So all these details, whether they are driven by the applicant themselves or they are driven by your internal teams, right? All these details will be together seen on one view, and they can be consolidated into one student 360 view. So if these are the processes that you're looking at, right? What is going to be the outcome of all of these processes is what the student 360 view is. And I'll just take a pause here for you to look at the whole student 360 view. And in this student 360 view, things like enrollments into a particular course, what course I am taking, what's my program looking like, what term I am in right now, what is my CGPA, what is my grade, right? So minor details like these, and these are again on the academic side, but for the administration as well, there will be a lot of data like, if I have gone for financial aid or not, or, if I have the right career counselors allotted to me or not, right? So this is basically the capability of the Salesforce platform to give you that unified view, the Student 360 view, which is going to help you to get insights at the right time. And it is also going to help you to drive decisions based on the data that you're going to see. Now, add a little AI layer to this, there's going to be some smart, intelligent insights thrown by the platform itself. By the virtue of machine learning, it is going to give you insights about this particular candidate or this particular student. And it could be something like, what is the likelihood of this particular student passing a 4-year degree course in so and so time, right? So insights like these will be available. And all of this is basically backed by the education data architecture, which sits on top of the Salesforce platform. So how do you prepare and make sure that you as an institution are set up for driving the success of your students, right? So there's a good chance that you have, you can basically set up a team. You can maybe call it a student success team, wherein you appoint individuals who are responsible for, different areas of development of a particular student, right? For example, if they would want some career counseling in the pre-final or the final year, then they can reach out to a particular person, right? Or it is simply some advice they want about, let's say, how to choose a hostel accommodation, or what is it, something like an academic advice that they need, right? So they can turn to a certain individual. Or if it is financial aid that they want to talk about, they can turn to another individual, right? So that's basically a team that is set up for the right guidance given to your students to ensure that they become successful. And to do that, again, we have technology to help you with that as well. So this is again a mobile first solution where the candidate or the students themselves can reach out to these mentors or coaches or guides and seek help from them. This is again something like a schedule looking functionality where you want to make sure that one, your success team, your student success team is available for the students. And point number two is basically your students are accessible. Your students then have access to the schedule that is set up by your success team, right? So that is basically a view at the solution that you're looking at. And again, it's like a mobile first approach, a digital first approach to make sure that the students get everything at their fingertips. Further to that, what we have is something like a portal experience. Now, a lot of students might not want to speak to anybody and want to find out their own answers, in their own way. So for that, you can set up something like a self-service portal, and you can have mechanisms there for students to reach out to you. It could be a first line of defense like a bot sitting there and answering questions, or it could be something like a knowledge base, a knowledge repository, which is going to take care of all the relevant knowledge articles that can be displayed or showcased to a student in case they come up with a question, right? So that's basically a student portal-like experience for assisting your students in things that they do. Now, all of this is about the students, but how is it that the educational institution themselves, see value from the Salesforce platform, right? So for that, there should be questions like, how is my diversity looking like, right? Or the top level management, let's say the leadership of the university or the college, they want to understand how is it that they can leverage the data and draw meaningful insights to help their academic counselors do better, right? Things like these. Or what is it that is how can they empower their recruiting teams and make sure that who are the right set of candidates who are up for a campus interview, perhaps, right? So things like these. So if that is the question, then there is one answer to this question. Basically, it's the state of the art reports and dashboards that show you all the analytics with regards to your business processes. So this is very easy to use interface. This is a very easy to and a very intuitive view of things that are going on in the institution, so that you can drive your decisions based on the data that you're looking at, right? And further to that, you can always go for something like a templatized solution, which is going to offer you a certain set of dashboards and the insights that you need at a very first go, so that you don't miss any information right And this is being a templatized approach. You don't have to worry about building all of these dashboards from scratch, right? All you have to do is basically deploy the solution, and you will have all the insights ready for you in no time at all. To top it all, these are AI-backed dashboards, so you're going to see a lot of meaningful data, a lot of insights as well. So to summarize it all, this is the whole journey about your student, and right from the process of looking for a college, to applying for the right educational institution, to getting the right course, and getting enrolled into the right course, and then going through the academics for that 4-year, 6-year degree that they have planned for, and even beyond that, right? To get placed at a particular company, or to have that campus recruitment done very easily, and even beyond that, while they are an alumni of your institution, right? How is it that you would still want to keep that engagement alive with them, and things like these. So this is what the whole summary of the discussion is, and the objective here is to say that Salesforce as a platform is going to provide you with all of this kind of functionality. So in the end, I would just want to throw some light on the kind of customer success that we had in regards to the educational institutions that we have onboarded. And these are a few names out there. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say thank you for your time, and hope you have a nice day ahead. Thank you so much.
Meet Shubhankar. He is building the future. One that's not measured in strength, but liters. Where an AI toolkit ensures the entire country gets affordable and clean water. And what started off with an Intel-powered PC came to life at Intel's AI for Youth program.
If I can be a champion of wonderful, so can you.
Bring home an Intel-powered PC and future banao wonderful with free AI certification, 80 hours of mentorship and training, and a whole lot more.
All right, taking forward this conversation to the new normal. In the next session, we will explore how collaboration with technology can help reduce the load for children and help them understand better. Titled Creating a Hybrid World. The next session is a panel discussion, and for this, we welcome Shrikant B. Koganti, Director, Kennedy School, Tim Oates, Director, Assessment Research and Development, Cambridge Assessment, Naman Jain, Director, Silverline Prestige School, Alan Kajaya Anderson, Director, Chaman Bhartiya School, Bani Dhawan, Head of Education India and South Asia, Google Cloud India. And to moderate this session, we have Mr. Roshan Pavaiya, Editor, FE Digital. Over to you, Roshan.
So as educational institutions begin to limp back to normalcy with the threat of yet another wave of the pandemic ever looming, what could help prevent disruption is a hybrid system of learning, or a hybrid world in education. Some schools have successfully implemented such a system, while others are still struggling with it. But at the same time, there are numerous struggles to a hybrid system, with the costs involved, the socioeconomic strata, the access to technology, and of course, the entire implementation of a hybrid system. So today I have with me an interesting mix of panelists who are going to be talking about building a hybrid world in the education system. Thank you all so much for joining us on this panel discussion at the India Education Summit. And we live in times that are changing continuously. And I think, thankfully, these are also times when we have easy access to technology. And hence, we managed to at least keep the education system going, as we've seen in the last couple of years. But one question I wanted to ask all of you, starting with Tim, is the hybrid system of learning here to stay? And if so, what are the challenges really to a hybrid system? If you could quickly give me a snapshot answer to this, Tim.
I think digital is here to stay. I've seen some remarkable schools that have integrated the use of iPads, integrated the use of other technology into their pedagogy and didactic approaches. I think digital is here to stay. But the form of hybrid working, which we've seen in pandemic, has been so varied, has been driven by so many different models, some of them good, some of them very problematic, that I don't think we can simply say that what we did during pandemic is what we should be doing in the future. I think we have to quite critically review what's happening, look at the outcomes, look at who's been included and excluded, what the achievement has been, and then make very deliberate decisions about what digitally supported approaches we're going to take forward into the future.
Right. Naman, how's it been working for you in the last couple of years? And do you think you'd continue with a hybrid system?
Thank you, Roshan, for inviting me here. It's been an absolute beautiful journey for the past 2 years during the pandemic of how we have used technology to deliver learning outcomes, not even just deliver learning outcomes, but actually deliver them better and integrate skills and competencies along the way. One of the only thing that I feel is the challenge when it comes to implementing hybrid models, as you asked previously to Tim, is about people and their mindset to adapt. As long as people are willing to change and adapt, anything is possible.
Right. Before I come to you, Bani, I just want to get a perspective from the other two people involved with schools. Alan, how has it been for you? And what do you think? Is the hybrid system here to stay, or would you echo Tim's thoughts on digital being here to stay?
For us, it has been a very strange journey because we actually opened the school as an online school. We opened 2 years ago, and for the whole first academic year, we didn't see our children at all. So now we're just happy that we see them now and then. I would say that there are two important takeaways from what we have experienced. One is, and that is a very optimistic takeaway, we can see that schools can change, that education can take place in many formats, even online formats. So I think that is a great experience for education in India, that you are not stuck to the old rote learning classroom-based model. Technology can help you to innovate. The other takeaway is that emotional and social development is crucial to become a whole human being. And the social and emotional development must take place in interaction with humans and not with machines. So it has, the lockdown has made it even more clear. I've known it all the time. Of course, the schools have known it all the time, that human interaction is essential. So we need to remember both takeaways. And doing that, we can innovate teaching, but we must remember that schools for small children need to be social, physical places to be for children. But of course, there can be many and should be many digital elements in the school day and in whole school days also. There can be many more formats, but I think it's important here in India to warn against the digital optimism.
Right. Shrikant, how has it been for you? A quick take, and then I'll come to Bani, because I think the technology question is very relevant to Bani in this discussion. Shrikant, a quick take from you.
Yeah, of course, it's relevant to each and every one of us today. So everyone has been using, and right now we are using technology to meet, right? So yeah, in our schools also for the past 2 years, we have been using both the Google Education and of course the Zoom also. And yes, the hybrid education will stay on. So it would have come probably 2-3 years down the lane if not for COVID. And as just Alan has rightly pointed, so schools will be the physical spaces in the future to just develop that social and emotional quotient amongst the children. So rest of the things might happen on the cloud. So, but then there are definitely many advantages. So first disadvantage, I hail from a tier 2 city in South India, in Guntur. So it's for the teachers. The students are very much active. We know this generation is much more faster in adapting the technology than the teachers, particularly the teachers. Most of the teachers in K-12 schools today, they might have been graduates from regular universities where they are not habituated to a higher level of technology during their education. So hybrid will stay on.
Right. Bani, I mean, you've been seeing this at the forefront. I think, in 2020, you would have probably seen demand for, the Google Classroom application kind of rise suddenly. So how has it been for you? And obviously, what kind of roadmap do you see going forward now for this hybrid system of learning?
Yes. So I'll start by saying that, we were, as India, inching towards a more blended approach of learning, where we were saying, how do we introduce technology? But I think one of the biggest hurdles was that, how do we do that in the curriculum system? How do we get teachers on board? How do we get parents on board? And what is that ideal ecosystem? Because each school system is unique. Each demographic that we are dealing with in the school system would be different for, different cities, different school systems, etc. What COVID has done is that it has made technology front and center. It's not an option. It is, how do you actually blend it to adapt to your ecosystem? So I think that's the positive. We've all been through a lot. And I think if we focus just on the positive, it has obviously, brought computing ahead by almost 5 years, where we see that, each of us have adapted and each of us is feeling more comfortable. And so that's when real innovation starts. So I think the disruption phase was that, like, did we accept it? How well did we accept it? And what do we want to go forward with? My interpretation of hybrid and what it means for Google and Google technologies is that we have 180 million users worldwide using Google Workspace for education, 150 million users using Google Classroom. So we know scale is possible. We know that it works for various ecosystems. Hybrid to us would be that each school system then tries and creates a model that will suit their school system. When I mean there, it would be, how does a teacher feel about introducing tech-led pedagogy in a math class or in an economics class or in an English class? And how would that teacher then encourage their students to do this both in classroom and outside of classroom? Because what today we are doing and calling hybrid is that the teacher needs to teach in class and there are 10 students and then the other 20 students who are online. That's not real hybrid, or it's not even blended. So I would say we will come and learn in the next couple of months itself and settle for something where blended and kind of highlighting and focusing on learning with technology will become more important. And this will only, help not only from the long term, where we are actually creating digital skills for our students, because that's the world that they're going to be working in. That we've already adapted to that world. So, and imagine the next generation that is only going to live more and more in this world. We are the early adopters here. So how do we get them ready is going to be a very important question that schools should ask, and then introduce technology.
Right. But I mean, that I'm sure the students can adapt more easily. But I think the crucial question here is, what sort of retraining would teachers need? Because, teachers are used to a different kind of system. And, I think there's some sort of a retraining that would be needed for them to actually adapt to a kind of a hybrid model here. I'll come to each one of you. Naman, if you want, you could start with that. Yeah.
So I think you've raised a very important point here. Although we are all considering technology to be front, right, center, and right and left, technology will be the main goal. But in reality, technology is not the end goal. It is the teachers, it's the humans, how we make them adapt to this new world. So teacher training is not only going to be required in the future, but that was exactly the requirement before the pandemic started. That's exactly why what we did. I am pretty sure the schools which focused on continuous professional development, for example, in our school, in Silverline Prestige School, from December itself, although we did not know pandemic was going to hit India, but we had started training our teachers on systems and processes of how to take classes online. And that really led to a very positive outcome. And obviously, technology was always there. Google Classroom had been existing for a longer time, so much long time. Google Meet was available for such a long time. But the question arose that if you could use the right partners like the ones we have, like Mahatattva, and one of the trainers who's partnered with Google as well, is Miss Deepti Sahani. If we have people like them, then obviously the adoption at school level becomes so easy. I am pretty sure, I am so happy to see that a country like India, the adoption and what we can do in a country like India, it's at par with the Western world now.
Yeah. Tim,
during pandemic.
Yes.
And what I was saying was really we need to be a bit cautious, because we know from data from many, many countries that inequalities increased during pandemic. And it wasn't just whether you had access to digital or not. It was what the child was doing. And we had many instances of high-performing kids saying, well, I was logged in, but I was only really engaging with the subjects that I love or like. So there are big issues here. How are we going to triage, discriminate between those things which work to raise both equity and attainment, patterns of use of digital within schooling, and those which do not work, because some clearly have not? So what we've emphasized, I think, here is the fact that education has 4 principal elements in respect to the development of a child: cognitive, emotional, social, and physical. So you need to audit those when you implement or choose a particular digital environment to see whether development is occurring in each one of those categories in the way in which the state, society, parents, all of us expect. I mean, digital is brilliant for providing highly well-structured tasks in good progression. It's brilliant at providing high-quality assessment and outcomes from that assessment. But there are many things that it doesn't do in terms of supporting all of those 4 functions. And you can use the high-quality assessment and you'll get evidence from it. You have to act on that. And if you leave that acting solely to the young person, then you get really significant problems. So I think we need to audit what we've done so that we can discriminate really well in terms of what models we wish to take forward from the very rich experience that we've had.
Right. And Alan, if I was to come to you, I mean, yours is an entirely online model. So, I mean, technology here, I would expect your teachers to be far advanced compared to the other schools when it comes to adopting technology and being able to, blend in with a hybrid system.
Yes and no, because we were new. And we were not prepared for the online. So we had to improvise. I kept saying, we won't do it. I don't believe in it. But then I could see in August, we need to do it. And I won't say they are very advanced, but I will say one important thing, and that is professional development is crucial for school development. And technology should just be part of that. So it must be seen in connection to the vision and the strategy of the school and the pedagogical formats the school want to implement. So therefore, I think we should see technology as nothing very special, but as one side of all the professional development activities in the school. And I think it's crucial that every professional development is hands-on. It's very closely connected to what's happening in the classroom, and it's collaborative. If it's not teacher training with many slides from a teacher trainer, and then the teacher goes home and does whatever using it. If you come with the whole artillery and say, this is what you need to do next year, then they're against it. And then they say, what we do is not so bad, so let's stick to that. So I think that is crucial. Of course, there is a special thing with technology. The leadership of a school must create a clear framework, a technical foundation, and formats for everything we do. We can't just let innovative teachers do whatever they want. We need to have something that teachers and parents can understand and involve with. So it takes a lot of leadership. But leadership combined with this hands-on professional development I'm talking about, then it's possible to get even teachers who are not very advanced in technology on board. Then they will see the benefits of doing it.
Okay. Shrikant, very quickly, I mean, in Guntur, if you could just quickly give me how your teachers actually adapted to this sudden demand for online schooling.
See, technology integration in the schools has been there for the past 10, 15 years, but more so in the administrative activity. Every one of us run our own ERPs, GPS tracking, all these things. And of course, we do have the smart classes and all for the regular academic practices. Except that the technology has been physically in place, that the teacher is there. So the COVID, this online teaching and all, teachers were able to adapt a little quickly than in the past. And now they are looking forward to learning new things and all. When just a couple of months back, we are even doing a pilot with the AR, VR technologies and all, because we have to innovate. Basically, now the students in the last couple of years, most of them are with the gadgets, even for the regular curriculum practices, which otherwise would have been in physical spaces. So they have been watching a lot of 3D videos and all. And now when they're coming back to the school, unless the teacher is so fascinatingly teaching, exciting them, they're not, their attention span has gone down. That's what we have actually seen now after 2 years of this online teaching. And also we are thinking that the teacher has to innovate and mold their teaching practices to make sure that the children are ever excited. So for some more years, I think the cycle is going towards more and more integration of the technology. I think probably there would be some time down in the future when probably all that old style interesting to everyone. Right. So yeah, but now the teachers are ready and they are actually looking forward to learn much more newer technologies.
Okay, right. Tim, you wanted to say something to this?
Yeah, you just said something very interesting about the attention span of children and the extent to which you're having to adapt, in a sense, to what they've become because of the pandemic. We have to understand, for example, executive function in children. So actually concentration and persistence is extremely important for moving from adolescence to adulthood. So if we may be getting into difficult territory where we say, well, we will always be driven by where the child is and what the child is doing. That way, we will probably see if we say, well, let's get children just going with their preferences in learning. Then we'll see opening up of inequalities. Then we'll see the impact of social assumptions interfering more with what we want to achieve in education. So I think it's very interesting indeed. We need to. And I would say, for example, that kids need to be exposed to ever-increasing complexity in language. That's not something that they would do naturally of themselves. In fact, they find it quite challenging and difficult. But yet it's absolutely essential if we want to get progression in their thinking and prepare them for the kind of world which they'll need to join both socially and economically.
Right. My next question actually was around how, using such technology, we could probably look at hiring faculty, specialized faculty for different subjects, where you probably wouldn't have the talent available in a local vicinity or who could come to school. So how do you think that would play out? Could we have teachers actually sitting remotely or even internationally? I mean, I could actually have a classroom session for a school here in Ghaziabad from someone sitting in Cambridge. So you think a model like that is now possible and would become a reality going forward? Bani, if I could start with you, and then I'd quickly come to Tim and Naman and Shrikant also.
Yeah, so I would say absolutely, Roshan. I think that's exactly what happened in the edtech industry. That's exactly what is happening in how we were innovative as India, and the world shrunk. So that's the optimistic view. And I'm not going to take away the importance of how education systems need to follow a path, and we will have to blend these effectively again in the school system. But what I would say is that not only does it allow us to have teachers who are specialists, but also follow very unique models. Online university, for example, vocational skills, music online, poetry online, art online has become a reality exactly and precisely because of that, because the technology world has shrunk. And I can talk to my own experience that, as parents, when your children reach a certain, group where we are preparing for boards or for entrances, etc., all of us are looking for tutors, are looking for skill sets, building resumes for our children, etc. And what we are in a hurry is that whatever school provides is okay, but how can we actually, complement that? Now that itself has come to our living rooms, it has come into our, homes to say, how do we divide it? We're not spending 2 hours in traffic going from one end to the other. We don't have a tutor who used to come home on home. I can actually have one of the best tutors sitting out of Bangalore or out of Chennai, and actually have my child spend that 1 hour learning whatever they love, or math, depending on where we want our child to learn. So I think that absolutely has been transformed. But I would come back to the fundamental question on, we should focus on learning. Learning should be front and center. How technology enables learning should be the second pillar. And the third pillar is, how does the two blend in the school system that we represent, should be an important criteria. Because if we get those pieces together, and learn from them, we will find a model where each will exist. And I will end by saying that, as India, we believe that, it's the cultural nuance of how schools are run and where there is respect and values and stuff. And it's absolutely important. So I think we need to take that into account. But we want to create a world for the future generation that takes the best of that, blends it with the kind of exposure they have using social media or technology, and guide them or direct them in a path where they will find equilibrium. Otherwise, we'll keep complaining that, kids are spending so much time on their mobile phones, or they are, spending so much time online. So that's how I think it's inevitable. We just need to be directors of that vision.
Yeah. Naman, have you actually done this, hired faculty remotely in the last 2 years?
Yes, indeed, we have. So rather than hiring the faculty for the students, what we have done is we have invited faculties who could train our teachers. As a school, we really believe in continuous professional development. I think our students' capacity is only limited to what the teachers' capacities are. Our Dean of Skills and Capacity Building, he runs a leadership dialogue series in which recently we invited a professor from NASA who has worked on space shuttles, Professor George Salazar. He came and told our teachers what are the skills and competencies required to thrive in a place like NASA. And we were very surprised to hear and very happy to hear that skills like collaboration, skills like managing adversity are the skills that are required to thrive in a place like NASA also. Another area where another speaker that we had in our school was Professor V. Adimurthy from ISRO, Indian Space Research and Organization. So he also came and echoed the same sentiment. So the world of possibility, the world of possibility has increased multifold in this pandemic just because of availability of technology. And I completely agree to Bani ji when she says that technology has to be used as a vehicle, not as a destination. Pedagogy, teachers, and students should be the center of education.
Tim, you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, I mean, great contributions from both of you. I think that frames it so well. And Bunny, you particularly emphasizing the importance of understanding the learning model into which you are going to locate the digital applications to best support the aims of education. I mean, I mentioned digital can provide really good structured activities, very high quality assessment. And Roshan, you've emphasized the extent to which you can open up the world and selected carefully, you can get access to remarkable things, a drone flying into a volcano, or Bill Gates talking about the environment. What I would say, though, is that we've seen the very best students around the world in terms of those best, in terms of who's made best use of digital during the pandemic, are those who've already got very, very solid learning identities and know how to use social learning effectively. So, for example, in Singapore, children already knew how to work together outside school and how to use digital to exchange ideas between each other in learning communities outside school. They already did that well. And what that points to is the importance of the individual learning identity, the learning community, which adds up to the learning culture in which the person is located. Now, digital can do some things which we can't do. So it's interesting that some kids actually really thrive if they get feedback from assessment online systems because they're not exposing themselves. They don't feel embarrassed. and they make more progress because of that. We need to harness these kind of facilities, which are an affordances from digital, but it has to be done within an understanding of Barney of the learning model and the learning culture.
Yes, Alan, you're saying.
Yeah, I will mention one more aspect. We have also had external teachers doing courses, but we are very much focused on problem-based learning in our school, and we want them to work on problems where they can integrate the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. And by connecting digitally, project groups can actually have the whole world as collaborators. So they are not restricted to the teachers who may not know anything about what they are working on. So to be an open school, to create a network of partners outside the school can be very much helped by digital technology. And we have seen it already. So the children knock on doors in India and in the world and get experts' inputs for their work.
Okay. Yeah. Shrikant, in your case, what has been the response of parents to like a hybrid learning system? And now that you probably will be going back to a fully offline system, what's the reactions you're seeing?
Yeah, it depends on the parental background. Some of the parents who are probably from the affluent background and the IT parents, they are more happy because they are also working from home. Of course, every child, they at home, they also have a device dedicated for the child. So I have a couple of schools that I manage. There is a low-end school and there is a high-end school as well. So when it comes to this low-end school, yes, the parents are more happier to send them to the physical school because they had to just do these online classes with a small mobile device and all. So it depends on the parental background. So now that even the affluent parents in the higher end school also, they are happy sending physically further ground because they have seen that their children have been putting on a lot of weight, not doing any physical exercise. So now they are sending the school. When we open that school and when we open the sports complex, yes, there are parents now who are actually still, because we are still running online classes as well, even today. So there are these children who are coming to the school only in the evening whenever they have this PE period, they are coming to the school. So this probably would be the change that we might be seeing in the future. Probably people would come to the schools to attend the labs and the group activities, the physical activities.
Right. But do you think going forward we will need a change in the way boards actually structure their syllabus? Now that they've all experienced a hybrid learning model, do you think there needs to be a change in the way the boards structure the syllabus? If I was to start with Mani?
Yes, I would say absolutely. I think this change has been initiated by the new education policy. And what we should really focus on is how do we take the solvable part and have a more short-term, medium-term, and long-term view? Because these are very disruptive transformations. So it's not something that we can just rush into because we did it in COVID because we were forced to do it. Now we need to collect all of the feedback that we've got and take a very informed decision on how can we introduce some of these changes in the most or the least disruptive way for our students, because they're already going through a lot of anxiety and when they have to lead that. And so is it ideal, how many opportunities should it be, should a student get? Should it only be dependent on marks? I would say yes. We're headed in that direction. We have to remove rote learning from our system. We have to be more inclined towards project-based learning, more inclusive digital learning, and the teacher and the student and the parents need to be comfortable. I think one of the other things is also we need to be multidisciplinary. Our boards have focused us on, a certain stereotype or a profile. And that's again a very positive in MEP, that we are actually being able to pick and choose our courses. So I think these reforms were definitely important. And I'm glad that all of this is happening at a time that we will have to do, but we have to be very, very careful on what works for India, what's unique. And I would end by saying that, again, student choices are very, very important. We must think of them at the core and build our assessment systems around that. We should be able to, remove anxiousness on saying you score once and you're in or out. And we should be able to develop our students in a way that they can follow passion. It's not about just saying it. It's actually walking the talk. Let there be more choices rather than a doctor or an engineer.
Right. Yeah. Tim, actually, this is something that would probably be right up your alley. The system of assessment, now that we are in a hybrid model, does it need to change? What?
Yes, I think so. And you again, Roshan, you asked a very interesting question. Will learning programs change as a result of what we've learned through the application of digital? Prior to pandemic, Bill Schmidt in Michigan and I were doing a lot of work on learning progressions. In other words, just how quickly should you move through subject fields or through areas of interdisciplinary study? What should follow what? Because we knew that in many cases, children who were inequality was increasing in education, very much through kids who fall behind and then never see any possibility of catching up. And that's very difficult for schools, very difficult for teachers, very difficult for the kids themselves. Better learning progressions, fewer things in greater depth in primary. We knew that they were goals before pandemic. Digital is an instance where if the materials are based on really good learning progressions, then we will have good learning programs in the way in which you imply. In terms of assessment, obviously we have there is a good reason why we have assessment at the end of learning programs, but I think we can increasingly explore very high quality assessment, which through really good questions, which we build into learning programs that both provide us as educators with evidence of attainment, but also stimulate thinking and support learning. And that idea of assessment of greater volume, but of the right kind, integrated into learning programs is clearly where evidence is saying that we should go.
Right. Alan?
Yeah, I would say, of course, curriculums need to change, and in the COVID situation, we have only seen the top of the iceberg of what technology can do for education. One thing it can do in the future, we are not quite there yet, but technologies are being developed, is to ensure that all our students reach the academic objectives, but they do it on different paths and in different paces. So with learning materials with built-in artificial intelligence that are adaptive and can give feedback and guide the students on their way to actually learning the basic academic goals. So I think in combination with classroom discussion and the higher goals in the Bloom taxonomy, technology will be able to do a lot also to ensure that nobody falls behind, because I agree with Tim that is a thing we need to be very careful of. The other thing, and that is an assessment system built on learner portfolio, and that can also be done digitally, so that interdisciplinary projects are probably evaluated, and it's documented what the learner has produced.
Right.
So I see these two. There are three: assessment can be helped, collaboration can be helped, and thereby project-based learning, and then personalization of learning through adaptive learning materials.
Yeah. Right. Thanks, Alan. Naman, you wanted to say something.
Roshan, what the pandemic did was it had told all the educators across the world that the ancient teaching methodologies are just not possible in today's world. The difference is classrooms earlier were not visible. The parents couldn't see. Pandemic converted the classrooms into living rooms. The classrooms were visible in the living rooms now. So the parents could see what is happening in the classroom. That being said, the rote method, we all agree here that the rote method for teaching is not going to work. So there needs to be a widespread change, number one. You were talking about assessments, which is a very key point.
Yeah.
The traditional assessment system is just like judging a fish on its ability to fly. And I'll tell you why. Because rote memorization, in my understanding, is a skill. And we are trying to judge each and every child based on that one skill. What the pandemic did, if the school had changed the pedagogy, this group of children who were coming and doing a project in history, researching about world wars, one was researching because that kid was good in researching, the other was compiling the information, and the third was presenting it. The learning of the content happened equally for all of them. The mode was very different, and it was completely skills based. That is what the NEP had brought in. I think, in my opinion, it was a divine intervention because NEP had to come, pandemic had to hit, and Google had to provide its platform at literally like free of cost for first 2 years, and now at it's peanuts of what they're offering. And I hope they continue to do so. I'm saying that on national television. I'm sorry to put you in a spot, Baniji. But I really feel that, pedagogy has to change. And the beauty about today, the post-pandemic world, is the fact that access to technology has reduced drastically. Today, you do not need expensive technology. The cost of data to access content and classrooms has reduced. The cost of devices has reduced drastically. And I think that itself has completely changed the paradigm. The only paradigm that needs to be shifted today is the mindset of the teaching fraternity to bring about that change in the pedagogy. The world is there to support them.
Right. Okay. So we just have a minute left. I think quick closing remarks. Shrikant?
Yes, I completely agree with Naman and Bani. I'm still using it free. I don't know if we are going to charge it later. And assessments has been an issue, but then yes, a lot of innovation. And in fact, last week, Tim, I am at the Cambridge University. I was on a delegation through FICCI. And also I visited this BET show. And there were many people who were their products on proctoring and on how best we do. So all these things are coming up. A lot of new technology interventions in terms of assessment also. So hopefully we would be using some of that newer things in the future. Yes, we have to accept that paradigm shift. We have to accept that change, and we will be ready.
Right. So I think,
Shrikantji, just a small thing. The proctoring examination technology is available in India for past 2 years. We've been using it extensively. You can just implement it right
now. Sure.
I know. I think, this discussion can go on, but we have a lot of other sessions at the India Education Summit where some of these things are being covered already. And we are at a time when technology is changing every day, and who knows, next year we would have complete AR, VR classrooms, everything active across schools. So yes, we live in interesting times, and I think this has been a wonderful discussion with all of you. Tim, thank you so much for joining us all the way from Cambridge. Alan, thanks much for joining us. Bani, Shrikant, Naman, thank you so much. It's been a very interesting session, and I look forward to having many more such wonderful discussions with you all in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Now we move on to the first fireside chat of the day, titled Can Ed Task? Edtech as a service, be the disruptor in the education segment in India. For this, we have Sanjay Ajwal, Executive Director, Ingram Micro, Ram Prasad Srinivasan, Director, Public Sector Sales, Asia Pacific Client Computing Group, Intel. For this, we will have Jitendra Singh as well with us, Assistant Secretary General, PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Over to you, Jitendra.
Hello, delegates of the India Education Summit. And in fact, this today's session we are discussing on can EdTech as a service be the disruptor in the education segment in India. As we know that with online and hybrid learning set to outlast, COVID, and students and teachers, they in fact are looking for some smoother user experiences as they work with new digital learning tools. And this in fact requires adding platforms from which learners and educators can actually access learning management systems as well as other collaboration tools like learning apps as well as videos. So in order to understand the nuances of EdTech, how this can be an important service for all the educators as well as students, we'll be doing some deep diving in order to understand the nuts and bolts of how EdTech can be an enabler to boost the education delivery system and that can actually make some real educational added value. And as we know that subscription has been a long drawn concept we all are familiar with. For example, we used to have this online magazines and home delivery services. We used to pay a monthly or annual fee to have open access to a resource over time. And now, like right now, we are in the third decade of the 21st century. We already had, encountered software as a service, the SaaS program, and now in this third decade of 21st century, education tech as a service is finding a new way to extend the same benefits to schools in need of the most current classroom technology. So, in order to have a more settled understanding of this, I'll request my panelists, Mr. Sanjay Achwal and Ram, to kindly dwell on this issue. And I'll directly come to first Ram about like what is your view that what disruptions have happened due to COVID and how this can actually affect the EdTech ecosystem. Over to you, Ram.
Dr. Jitendra, thank you. Thank you for the question, and I'm happy to be here as a part of this panel discussion. The question that you asked is, I think, very relevant. As we all know, there was a massive disruption that happened due to the COVID, right, in the last 2 years. There was not one segment or one area that was not impacted, right? So almost everything was impacted, and it actually caught many of us unawares across many segments, education also included. And if you realize what we have seen is digital transformation was actually underway, right? Many companies and segments, education included, were going through the process of digital transformation anyway. What just happened was the COVID environment kind of accelerated the process, right? To utilize more technology to solve problems. And healthcare was another area where we saw significant usage, right? So there were many segments which got used. I think clearly our belief is, it's once you've got used to this tech, you will not want to go back to what it was, right? Hence, we believe it's going to be significant, usage going forward as well.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Ram. And Sanjay, the same question to you in terms of the COVID-19 disruptions, particularly, related to education space as well as EdTech space.
Yeah, thank you. It's my pleasure to be on the panel discussion today. And this is the most commonly asked question these days, right? About disruptions that every one of us have gone through in the last 2 years since the COVID outbreak happened in India. And you know that most of the verticals and customer verticals got affected due to the COVID, and there were disruptions experienced by everyone across. whether it is, in your professional life or in your personal life. Every one of us has gone through these kind of disruptions. And more so, particularly in the education segment, just to add what my colleague Ram said, I think this was the most affected vertical, I would say, because of two reasons. One is that the digital adoption in the education segment was anyway very low when the COVID happened compared to the other enterprises and the commercial establishments. And the second one was the preparedness of the educationalists and the students to undergo the digitization change was not there. So these were the two main factors I feel which were contributing to the disruption in the education vertical, which was most affected, in my opinion, compared to all other verticals.
Yes, rightly said. In fact, and on the same point, now what we are seeing now, since in this edtech ecosystem, students and educators, they have to juggle technology, and also the pedagogy is going to be different now. And there's a lot of sort of a lot of loud and clear sound from the students, even administrators and faculty, that there need to be much more simplified way to bring these technology components together. So this is actually going to a new futuristic education system. So Ram, like how you feel that what will be the future of education in this new, you can say, new edtech ecosystem?
Yeah, so again, thank you for the question, Dr. Jitendra Singh. Just building off of what Mr. Sanjay spoke earlier, right? That's education segment was another key segment that got impacted. Our readiness, as I said, across segments, including education, was a challenge. And things like, equality, access, right? And how about integration of technology into the education work stream? These were all areas which saw impact and actually disruptions. And learning from that, as I said, now we have tasted it. People are forced to integrate technology. And as I said, that acceleration of technology usage happened in education because of the COVID disruptions that happened in the last 2 years. It showed us some realities, right? Some of it is, how well are we prepared for a situation like this? We were not, right? And like many segments, nobody was prepared for this. But people had to learn fast and start adapting some of this. And once they started doing it, there were some good things that came out of it. There were some not so good things that came out of it. So as things start getting back to normal, hopefully now as we see, and students start going back to the traditional way of learning, right? If you see, remember earlier, it was all essentially face-to-face learning, right? That is what was normally happening. But in the COVID situation, it kind of completely got flipped over. It was all virtual, right? All online. It had some benefits, like it gave an opportunity for everyone to start using it in spite of them not being able to be in the same physical space. At the same time, we saw some challenges as well. For example, the engagement levels of students, right? And the ability of teachers to hold audience attention, which is not easy, right? We have seen these challenges in the professional world also. Meetings became virtual. To do the same job, we may have had to have multiple meetings, right? If we could have, what we could have done in a simple face-to-face conversation for 30 minutes, many times had to go, multiple hours to get to the same conclusion. The same challenges were found in the education space as well. To get the point across, to hold the student attention, I think there were challenges which we all saw. I saw that as a professional in the education space on behalf of Intel. I saw that as a parent who also saw his wards struggling through the situation as we saw. But I think to your question on the future of education itself, I think going forward, and I've spoken about this to multiple industry folks as well, and there is a consensus that a hybrid model which utilizes the best of both worlds will probably be the way forward, right? So there will be the goodness of face-to-face as things get back to normal. At the same time, the benefits of utilization of technology, which is a continuous challenge, because if we need to get our students who today or the workforce of tomorrow be ready for what awaits them, there is no other way but to integrate technology into education. So I believe that would be the future, a hybrid model.
Thank you, Ram. In fact, now Sanjay, what happens like when we talk of education, we talk of edtech. what happens like developing economy like India, we need to aspire and continue to dream about achieving the higher levels of literacy. We know the gross enrollment ratio is quite less, particularly in higher education space, which is close to 28%. So having quality education and integration of technology is definitely one of the important pillars for achieving more of these enrollments. Like even like periodic assessments, even stakeholder consultation, timely policy changes, they can all prepare us for facing the challenges posed by the education sector in the future. But at the same time, the most important bottom line thing that actually needs a lot of consideration is the affordability. So one of the challenges that has been around tech integration is the affordability segment. So how you can address this particular issue, considering India being a very diverse country with a lot of geographies and also in terms of accessibility. So how actually I want to understand your views on this affordability content and how as an organization you're actually helping the students to surmount this particular challenge.
I think this is the most important, in fact, factor in terms of percolating the technology to the masses in the country today. As you know, that India has been one of the lowest penetration market in terms of technology or the device usage, and Ingram, as you know, is a critical or a pivotal means of getting the technology from the people who make it to the people who use it. And we play a significant role from an erstwhile product distribution. There is a big transformation in terms of how do we really make this technology affordable to the masses in the country. And Ingram has been moving around, in terms of adding a lot of services around the product distribution, which was a traditional distribution piece, but there are a lot of services that have got added on to the product distribution. Edtech as a service is one of the critical one, and as you know that this is a huge industry. The penetration is pretty low. The affordability is a key factor to get the penetration across to the masses of the country. And this service actually, is geared to provide comprehensive end-to-end edtech stack. This means that whether it is a device, which is a hardware, it could be a tablet, it could be a laptop, it could be a smartphone, the content on it, because only hardware is not going to help. We need to have a good education content being delivered on it. We need to have software services around it, whether it is with respect to training, the usage of the device, the usage of the content, etc. And this has to be delivered to the customer in the most affordable and an economical way, which will not really put a financial burden at one point in time. And hence, the repayment model of this usage of the services and hardware over a period of time is going to be a solution, which means that people can start using the device and start using the education content, the avail of the software services, and pay over a period of time. Okay, and Ingram actually, as a part of this EdTech as a service, has an offering where there is a pay by month, kind of offering to the end customers, which our partners can take it, and that becomes more affordable for customers to go in for it. We have actually a team who will support and can also suggest the right device for usage, whether it is for education, skills for innovation program, and so on and so forth. And this, I feel, will get pivoted in private education first. We would take learnings out of that, and then really it will go to the masses, as but I think Ingram is geared to make this model a big scalable model and big affordability means by allowing people to pay over a period of time through monthly, kind of installments.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Sanjay. In fact, very comprehensively answered. And Ram has rightly said by Sanjay that using technology effectively in the classroom requires more than just buying devices. Device is one of the hardware component. In fact, an effective technology program includes not only hardware but also the software, as well as a lot of curriculum that needs to be put in it, and also the technology has to be more very effective and quality oriented. So how your organization is actually making such systems affordable so that we are actually able to cover the masses. So affordability again is the bottom line for the entire discussion. In fact, because as everything boils down to the money at the end of the day for any economy. So how your organization is again surmounting this challenge of affordability in EdTech space?
No, I think Mr. Sanjay spoke eloquently about how Ingram as an organization is trying to address it. So I think from our point of view, as one of the key technology in the platform providers for the ecosystem at large, education included, we do have, we continue to innovate on our platforms, right? So we do have uh, things like a good, better, best option so that people, depending on their capability or what they need, they would be able to purchase at different pricing stacks, which obviously will relate to the capabilities of those platforms. So we will continue to innovate from our side, utilizing and bringing technology across all these stacks so that uh, different levels of affordability could be addressed. See, that's one. And then secondly, we have for long, as Intel, along with the ecosystem, have been advocating for the right device for education, right? While this whole exercise in the last 2 years due to COVID also showed that um, access is one of the challenges only, right? And hence people very quickly got their hands on whatever they could get. It could be phones that were already available at home, or maybe tablets that were available at a much cheaper rate, or even some hand-me-down, PCs that their parents or siblings were able to give for a short while. People were able to use, but we always believe that while for consumption any device is okay, but for true creation and creativity, which education is the foundation for, we always believe the PC is the right device for that. So for the PCs, we have, as I said, a good, better, best option that we continue to innovate from our side. We deliver on a yearly cadence, different platforms that deliver across these, capabilities. And also, we spoke about this long ago, right? In the beginning of the year 2000s and so on, we spoke about every child should have access to a PC. That's not yet a reality, not here, not anywhere. But it's a vision that drove the education ecosystem, and everybody, the whole ecosystem is working to make that a reality today. We are looking at that, taking that to the next level, wherein it's not just enough if you have the right device. It's about being able to have education anywhere, at the same time have quality. And as I said earlier, technology integration is a part of existing curriculum to develop newer skill sets. So we have a program called Helping Teachers Get Better through a program called Skills for Innovations, where they are a very key stakeholder in the whole ecosystem, right? How the teachers, everybody's roles are getting redefined. Students' roles are getting redefined. Teachers' roles are getting redefined, and decision makers, leaders' roles are getting redefined. So in that context, a teacher will be a lifelong mentor, so to say, right? As students learn to solve problems on their own. So uh, as discussions go more towards creativity and higher order thinking, a teacher's role also changes. And we will work with the teachers at large to help them get better at utilizing technology so that they can deliver better learning outcomes, thereby imparting newer skills along with existing curriculum. We don't want to change the curriculum. That's not our core competence, but we'll work with existing curriculum, but infuse technology in the way it's taught. So that way, teachers can impart better learning outcomes to students. And clearly, affordability is a very good area, which, as Sanjay had mentioned, we will have good, better, best that will help address some of those as well.
Thank you, Ram. In fact, now this last question, and again get back to where we started. That is the edutech, sector as a service is poised for a disruption. And as we know that, India is ready for this edtech sector as we see, all these figures that come every day, particularly for edtech companies. And this is in fact going to be the new fintech for all of us. And with increasing access to tech-based infrastructure, also like electricity as well as affordable internet, there's a lot of penetration in edtech sector that's going on. And this is quite revealing as we are seeing that edtech has actually achieved a double-digit growth. So now a question to Sanjay, like, do you believe that the edtech as a service is a disruptor in India at this point in time?
Oh yes, I think it's going to be certainly a disruptor, but I would say that disruptor could be a wrong word, because it gets used in the connotation that it's not good. But this disruption is going to be for the better. Okay. Predominantly, I feel that Ingram's EdTech as a service offer will be a game changer. Particularly it will help in accelerating the IT adoption in the education segment. This program is really going to support the entry-level masses with devices which are at entry level, becomes affordable to the entry-level masses, as well as this will also support high-end technology devices to support the performance level required for higher education. So it will cover the complete gamut of education, right from a child which is going to a kindergarten up to a person who is doing the post-graduation or the PhD, requiring high-end devices, making him affordable across all, from the child which is going at the school up to the PG level, etc. and all, which requires high performance kind of high-end, requirement. This program also empowers to customize the solution for our customers. It will help to actually, deliver and customize what solution each customer is looking for based on their requirement, whether it is a particular asset class or whether it is a content which is getting delivered, whether it is a tenure required depending upon what customer's affordability is, what kind of tenure he wants to use this product over, whether it is 24 months, 36 months, etc., depending upon what his monthly outgoing is required to be. And as well as, for the educational institute, the number of units, and it can become scalable model. Tomorrow, if the capacity of the educational institutes goes up, it becomes affordable because they don't have to buy at one point in time everything. Whereas they can increase the number of units of these devices and keep paying as they collect the fees or as they collect the, subscriptions. So I think this is certainly going to be a game changer in the education segment, and it will help fast accelerate the IT adoption in this segment, I believe.
So as per Sanjay, this is going to be the game changer. It's going to be having the multiplier effect. So Ram, your views on this in terms of how this can actually disrupt the education system?
No, I would agree with what Mr. Sanjay said. The opportunity is there, and in some cases, due to maybe lack of funds or otherwise, people may have had to compromise on what they would get access to, right? But through these programs, wherein it could be, as Sanjay was mentioning, a combination of multiple factors put together, right? The device itself, plus services, plus software, plus other value add that could come together, which as the package will hopefully be better than what anyone could have got if they had gone individually and bought in the market separately, right? So that package together will probably be more appealing, and that ease of subscription. Eventually, as we get there, as this thing matures and more people start using it, maybe they don't have to make those compromises which they had to do earlier. Thereby, they get quality, devices, quality software, quality training, all of them put together in a nice bundle that they can buy off subscription, as what Sanjay was saying. So I believe there's an opportunity for that in the marketplace. So yeah, that's what I would say. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think the key thing here is going to be a one-stop shop, for everyone to go. For example, if somebody wants to buy a hardware, he would go to one vendor. If he wants to buy content, he will go to someone else. If he wants financing, he go to different banks. But this Edtech as a service programs brings all these integrated as a one solution, right? You have a hardware at one location, you have a content being delivered on that hardware, and you also have a financing option coupled with it. So all the three comes together, and that's, I think, a key thing to be a deliverable of this program, I believe.
Sanjay, you rightly said that Edtech as a service is actually the game changer, because these schools, they will always have the most current technology. It also remove downtime risk with perpetual advanced hardware warranty also, and also like students get the most value from what they buy. Yeah. And there is unlimited training opportunity, and as said by Ram, there's a lot of skill development initiatives can also happen through Edtech. And at the same time, the most important thing is that the content can be distributed equitably, and again with affordability, as some of the models have suggested. So Sanjay, Ram, thank you very much for sharing your wisdom in this session. And normally it is said that the technology can never replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of great teachers is transformational. And as our academic fraternity is actually adapting Edtech right now in a big way, I'm sure this is going to be a big game changer for the entire education ecosystem, particularly in context to our nation, India. Thank you very much indeed, and we look forward to the same similar engagements in near future with both of you. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you, Ram. Thank you, Sanjay.
Meet Talia. She's building a future that's where languages are not spoken through words but gestures, where artificial intelligence gives voice to everyone who can't hear or speak. And what started off as a simple idea grew wings with an Intel powered PC and came to life at Intel's AI for Youth program. If I can be a champion of wonderful, so can you. Bring home an Intel powered PC and future Bana Wonderful with free AI certification, 80 hours of mentorship and training, and a whole lot more.
All right, thank you so much. Up next, we have an interesting fireside chat titled Professional, also known as Problem Solving Thinkers. In this session, panelists will discuss what are the tools or technologies that will help in creating not only professionals, but problem solving or solution centric thinkers. For this, we have Shruti Sharma, Partnerships, Marketing and Communications Lead, Generation Global, Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, Dhuvarakha Sriram, Chief, Generation Unlimited, Youth Development and Partnerships, UNICEF. To moderate this session, we have Anushree Bhattacharya, Editor, Education Brand and Marketing, FE Digital.
Hi Shruti, hi Dwarka. Welcome to the second edition of India Education Summit. It's brilliant to have both of you. You work in the space of youth, and I think that is something that we are all focused at because India has a very large population, and the topic is quite related to that. How do you create the next generation of leaders who are problem-solving thinkers, right? So the first question that I want to understand, while we have had the rollout of national education policy, you have seen the education curriculum in India, and you've seen it globally. What are the real issues with the program that students study, and what is missing? If I have to take a global example as well as the example in India, and especially because you work with a lot of youth from their point of view. Let us know.
Thanks, Anushree. Maybe I can go ahead with it.
Yes, please, Varna.
I think both in India and global level, but let me speak about India. It's home to more than 350 million young people. And this is a lot of young people, and this is the biggest that is there in terms of the numbers globally as well. There are many issues that are evolving in the sector, especially with COVID-19 and the digital education space, which are also highlighting the different inequities that we are facing currently in India, but also across the world. But I want to focus on one key area that is around 21st century skills. We call it in different forms. It includes life skills, digital skills. But we need to make a conscious effort to enable young people across India and globe to connect them to different aspirational socioeconomic opportunities, but also engage them as active change makers. A large part of the education system today is focused on preparing young people for examinations and not for the real world. In most schools, the measure of talent is equated with grades of the students, right? So in addition, most of them are theories, and these are not really focusing on the application of knowledge and skills. And there's even a smaller space for creative thinking and problem solving. Students are expected to follow a set of processes, standard approaches, and really looking at not thinking outside the box and innovations. So I think this is something that we really want to focus on and highlight this issue. This attitude really has to change in India, but also globally. We must really look at what does education lead to and what does it mean in the current situation, especially towards a post-pandemic world as well. So we truly believe that 21st century skills can help them, and this is something that's also highlighted in the national education policy as well. These are not something new, but these are really becoming relevant in a current dynamic world and speed at which things are changing as well. So we really need to look at 21st century skills not as an extracurricular thing, but as part of the curriculum, but part of every subject matter that goes in. So how do we really look at maths, at science, at social studies in a different way? So at UA, we try to understand the aspirations of young people and their learning, skilling, leadership, employment on entrepreneurial journeys and pathways. and then support them with these in terms of what's relevant for them. How do they really work for jobs that are not yet created, for technologies not yet invented, or for problems not yet anticipated? We need to really equip them with these essential skills such as collaboration, problem solving, effective communication, decision making, financial literacy, as well as curiosity, imagination, resilience, and self-regulation. As society and workplaces transform, the skills required of its young people must also evolve. This accentuates the need to invest in building the necessary 21st century skills and competencies among young people.
Understood. So if I come to Shruti, I mean, one of the things that Dwarka said was we are moving towards a post-pandemic world. And in the last 2.5 years, a lot of students who have had who finished their graduation or their post-graduation, however you wanted, to understand being at home, right, giving those online exams. So when they come to actually to the workplace, how do you tackle that course? Because in a way, their interpersonal, their socializing skills have, it just stopped after 1 year being in the college, right? So how would you pick up that thread? How would you help those students in particular to have the right set of skills for the next level of growth in their life?
Sure. Thanks, Anushree. And this also really boils down to something that Dwarka was referring to, that, if we were embedding skills right from the school level, right, into regular curriculum, we would have equipped these youth or these young people to survive or, to deal with the pandemic or, to deal with this situation. Because right now it's a very dynamic world. As Dwarka was saying, it's very uncertain, right? Young people have learned and survived a pandemic, right? They're learning by experience. So I feel if we had, started to do that right from the beginning, right from integrating it in maths curriculum, in science curriculum, creating these spaces for young people to continuously practice these skills. For example, at Generation Global, we have these very simple skill building activities that we follow. For example, there's one where young people are being interviewed by each other, right? And and people who are interviewing each other, the students who are interviewing each other, they're really asking good questions. They're practicing the skill of asking good questions, and that's building curiosity in them. Right. So if they've completed, say, a subject, or they've completed their assignment in climate change, they can go and disseminate this using very simple skill building activities. So what's that's doing is it's building a culture of skill building. It's subconsciously embedding it in young people. And skills are really like muscles. The more you practice, the better you get at it. When we learned how to drive or play a musical instrument, we kept doing it, right? So we need to keep creating opportunities and spaces for young people to continuously practice those skills. Now, so this is something that we could have done in hindsight, right? Now, what do you do for students that have already now, that didn't get this support or that didn't go through this experience? I mean, for them, I wouldn't say all is lost. For them, there are a lot of now online courses, and there are a lot of platforms online as well as supplementary courses that can help them pick up on these skills. Because I personally believe that we all have these skills. It's just a matter of activating them. For some, they get activated at a very young level. For some, young age. For some, they get activated at a later stage in life. So there are a lot of supplementary courses which are available, or the institutions that young people are studying in, they are looking at fulfilling these gaps, right? So they're providing them a lot of support. So with support, it is still possible to create these spaces and opportunities for young people to continuously keep building their skills.
Understood. Actually, I want to ask you, because both of them emphasize on the fact that this needs to start at the school level, right? But at what level in schools in India? Because I think they are so into book, and they're so into that examination-driven system. Or in certain schools now, what we have observed is after 6th grade, the examination started. So what is the right balance for schools to introduce these skills, or start embedding these thoughts within children? How do you look at that part?
I can come in to give you a little bit of a professional and a personal take on this, right? Sure. The professional take and personal take is the same. It needs to start as young as possible. This needs to be from early childhood development stage, where you're looking at life skills coming in. from kindergarten onwards. And I'm saying this on a professional front, but also personally because I have a young child with disability. And you can see in terms of the difference that system brings in, because you're enhanced in terms of your life skills, not in terms of your theories and ability to memorize things, right? So I think these are your practical applications that helps in your life, but also for your economic growth as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I couldn't agree more. We've seen, so for us, even though we work with young people who are in the 13 to 17 age group, we've seen a lot of teachers that use, our curriculum and skill building activities, from the primary classes. And as students have, continuously participated, we organize something known as video conference dialogues or online dialogues. So if they start practicing from a very young age, we've seen, to give you an example, we had some students or, these students who have been very shy or introverted, right? If you ask them to come online and speak in front of like complete strangers who are still youth, and they'll feel very shy, they're extremely introverted, very reserved. But after, by continuously practicing these skills offline with their teachers and then observing their peers on these online sessions, in the third or fourth session, you can't believe it's the same person, because we've created the safe space where they've come forward, put forth their views. It's not like social media where, people are bullying or like, they're turning you down. Here, everyone wants to listen. They want to listen with the intent to understand. So when you create that nurturing and cultivating environment, it boosts self-confidence. When it boosts self-confidence, it gives you that sense of agency. And subconsciously, you're picking up on, those skills. So if you start doing this from a very young age, that ability to, and young people can do that very well on their own. They can really pick up on these cues, and they're very smart to understand where there are spaces for them to really nurture and, activate these skills. So if we start doing this right from the beginning, by the time they're even in middle school, you'll see that these skills are almost second nature to them.
Understood. Interesting. Tell me something about, because I know you guys work with all sorts of young people in India and maybe globally also, but more so in India that we have observed. There's a huge disparity when it comes education equity is still missing, because there's one part of the society which does not have or which has no access to education. There is one part of the society which is limited access to education, and there is another part of the society where there is access to education plus there is access to growth as well for students, right? How do you balance this disparity, or also how do you help the children who either have no access or limited access? How do you go about helping those young people, because there's a lot of talent there also?
I can just, talk from example. And this is something that we've been also struggling with. We work, so we have in terms of the kind of young people or schools or, we have the entire spectrum. So, we have government school children or low, children who go to affordable private schools, children from rural areas, or even your very well-to-do international or, private. So the entire spectrum. So we've been really thinking about this. How do we make our program more inclusive and accessible? One of the things is, definitely having an alternate to the online solutions. So, which is in the form of, low tech, no tech resources. So this could be offline, that can, it could be in terms of offline games, so like play cards, or, just teaching materials that teachers can use where teachers don't have access. Even if you have an online platform, designing it, how we've really gone ahead and tested it on low bandwidths, right? We've so making your solutions adaptable to low bandwidth, so that even if there is, because there are so many online portals that have great teaching materials and resources for young people, so making them adaptable. And number 3, I would really say is working with partners, so to ensure that last mile connectivity. So for us, since we have a major part of our program is an online program, so we're trying to talk to different internet providers, access, device providers to ensure how we can get that last mile connectivity, how we can ensure that they, young people have access and they're able to come together and participate in these things. And partners are really great for us. We've had, partners who've created these community spaces where young people, from the neighboring village come together in one place. And then, that's where they have access to devices as well as the internet. So even like pooling of resources with the help of partners can ensure that you're being inclusive and you're being accessible to young people around the spectrum.
I think for me, I'll just echo what Shruti said. It's a I will give a very layered response, right? It's not easy to solve for this. I've been in India for the last 6.5 years, and I would categorize it maybe in terms of one is the enabling ecosystem that needs to change. So you need to look at the policies, but also policies translating into impact for children and young people. And for that, it's not just government, it's also the private sector and various stakeholders coming together to provide not just access to devices, but in terms of connectivity and looking at opportunities for young people. Second, from the supply side as well, the infrastructure that is needed and the community support that needs to come in as well. And the third would be in terms of the social norms. So when we are looking at access, especially for the most marginalized groups, we also know that in India, we have the social and gender norms that goes along with it. So can girls really have access to devices? We know about the digital divide and the statistics and what data tells us. Even if they have access to devices, are they able to utilize it? These are things and questions we need to start answering as well. And how can we really change the ecosystem together? We have a few initiatives that we're testing out on 21st century skills, on low tech, no tech, and high tech. Interestingly, some of these with a rigorous measurement as well to see which one of these work and how can we really support the scale up of it. What early evidence is showing is that we need to have multiple channels of information. It's just not one way. It's not just about access to education system. Where else can they get these opportunities and work around it? We are also looking at really marginalized population. They need more contextualized support as well. The need of a tribal girl in Odisha is going to be different from a need of a young person with disability. It's going to be different from a child who's living in an institutional care or a refugee population. These are different categories of young people. So when we talk about digital education, we do work at the breadth and scale of it, but at the same time, we need to look at the depth of the programming and the nuancing that is needed, and what are these intersections for various vulnerable groups as well. Based on the three categories I talked about, the enabling ecosystem, we are working with government, World Economic Forum, private sector partners, the supply of it, the devices, connectivity, then working at the society level as well, and with young people.
Okay, I want to understand one thing before I have the last question on to you guys. The societal challenges that you see in India, I know in India the challenges are manifold, from the fact that the different, like we discussed, the different strata, the economic base of all the strata of the society is very different at every point in time. Besides that, is there a point where you still think the older generation needs a little bit of hand holding in terms of changing their thought process towards young children? And secondly, the last 2 years, we have seen a massive growth in terms of digital education led by the pandemic. I think it was more of a forced growth. Now, how do you build on that? That is the question which I have been trying to figure out. How do you not let the growth, go in the negative side of plateau, or just maintain the momentum, maintain a pace? So, two questions: the societal challenge that India presents, and the last part is, what you guys can take it, please.
Sure. I can go ahead and try to answer as well. Two big questions as well, Anushree. In terms of the societal challenges, I think it's at every step of the way, right? I believe a lot of us, I'm from Sri Lanka as well, South Asian communities, it's not an individual decision as a child or a young person. It's about what the family thinks, what the community thinks, what the society thinks, and having these preconceived notions of what is your role in society. So I think challenging that, as much as I talk about youth empowerment and young people making those choices, it's a very difficult choice you're making, because sometimes you're going against and challenging the norms that have been embedded for centuries, right?
Yeah.
So we are putting sometimes the onus of challenging the system to a young person. So that's where we really need to work at a society level as well. You have to work with parents. You have to engage with men and boys. You have to work with society leaders, the community frontline functionaries. But I would have to say, even from a development sector, officials and colleagues in my own organization, because we think that we know the best. Whereas when we engage with young people, they are making informed choices. They are making choices in terms of what's good for them. They can weigh the pros and cons, right? So if you look at the child rights principles in itself, at a certain age, you can make those decisions based on it. With rights comes responsibilities. And this is something in practice I experience at home. And I truly believe in it. They will challenge you, but I think that's important in that growth story of theirs as well. So as much as we say about, children and young people's empowerment, we should also make sure that the other stakeholders around them provide a more supportive and nurturing environment as well. And the agency and the safe spaces that Shruti talked about becomes important. So I'll ask Shruti maybe to respond to that question and then come to the second one that you had asked about.
Yeah, actually, I'll add one more thing to Shruti's answer. Other thing was
Recording in progress.
I had also the gender disparity in India and the way they tackle things. So if you can give me an answer on that aspect also, Shruti, so that was the point I wanted to attach to it.
Thanks. And actually, yes, again, something we've noticed, but we at Generation Global, we have 55% young women and 45%, young men. So we've really tried to achieve that balance. But having said that, when, and I'll talk from experience, some of these online video conferences that we do, we've heard young people who are as young as, 13 and 14, they're talking about the societal challenges that they're facing. And this is only from last week, something very fresh. This young girl from a village in Tamil Nadu talks about, how it takes her 2 hours to go to school, how child marriage in her village is still a reality, and this is a young girl who's 13 years or, maybe 14 years old, who's talking about this. She's talking about how her parents don't want her to go to school. They want her to help with household chores. And these are things that we only, we read a lot in the papers or, it's hearsay, but these are realities, so these societal challenges very much exist. And there are young people at a very young age who are fighting these challenges, so she really spoke from her experience of convincing her parents, to not get her married, because she's not mature enough for health reasons. And she's taking that stand and she's empowering not just, her, the girls that go to her school, but also her local community and village to stand up against these issues. So in terms of, what that gender disparity, yes, women, and not just, I think, from education, from even a climate change perspective, women are impacted more. And there have been studies to show that climate change affects gender or women disproportionately. So there are a lot of societal challenges for girls, and I feel in terms of it's a long way to mitigate some of these, but if we have more community dialogues, we involve the community ecosystem, and if you look at the school level, the school management committees that are there, if they can raise awareness, right, some very practical things that schools can do, if they can engage with the local administrative bodies and raise awareness, and you have a lot of partners or not-for-profits working on the ground doing this. So I think if we take a community approach, it will take time, but we've heard examples, real life examples of young women who've really turned the tide in their favor and for other young people to come. I want to piggyback on Dwarka's point. And, yes, we talk about empowering young people, but I don't think we need to empower them. They really are already empowered, if I can say that. We just don't give them the space to come forward and share their view. How often do you ask a young person, what do you think? Tell me, what can we do about this, right? They already have ideas. They're bustling with suggestions, right? So you just need to give them the space. I think they're already empowered enough.
Okay. So the last question about how do you maintain the growth that digital has shown you guys?
I think, one of the good things that have come out of the COVID pandemic is the change towards digital side of it. I think there's a lot of negative interpretations of it. It is true. It is actually showing us what are these inequities and really exacerbating the situation as well. But us as stakeholders using this opportunity to advocate with government, with private sector, with civil society organizations. And technology then can actually be a bridge between these inequities. And I really think that now is the opportune moment for us to really invest all our energies to make that bridge happen. And I think if you provide that space, whether it's for empowerment or anything else, young people are quick to adapt towards it. So I really think that this is an opportunity that we shouldn't miss. It can be a very important tool for us. Again, it's a tool. But how can we really bridge the other narratives that are around, as you talked about, Anushri, in terms of gender, societal needs? The inequities are there, but use digital as a tool that can really enable the power of positive action and empowerment for young people, especially those who are marginalized, including girls.
Thanks. I think Dwaraka has really covered all the points there on how we can ensure that digital doesn't hamper that growth. I would just say that one thing that everyone can do, and educators and practitioners around the world, just see how technology has helped them in the past 2 years, see what worked, what didn't work. If they used it well for assessments, continue to use it for assessments. If teaching online or delivering the learning process online was challenging, don't do that, right? See what worked and continue to use technology as an enabler to make those things continue to work while you've moved into this blended or hybrid, or flipped classroom approach. I mean, there are different terminologies flying around. But yeah, really, see what worked. And, if that's worked well for you, continue to use that. And I feel that, and we've seen teachers, what good aspects came out of the COVID, for them. They've continued to do that even now. So I don't feel technology is going to be, alienated again. It's going to be a true enabler. It's going to help teachers, to cut down their time or help efficiently deliver the teaching learning process.
Right. Thank you so much, Shruti. Thank you so much, Dwarka, for being part of the discussion. And lovely having you guys here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for an insightful session. Now we move on to our next panel discussion titled Upskilling the Skiller. In this session, the panelists will talk about what are the various steps taken to ensure educators do receive the right set of training from time to time. For this session, we have Yajula Meduri, Vice Chancellor, Mahindra University, Sasmita Samantha, Vice Chancellor, Kalinga Institute of Training Technology, KIIT, Niharika Vora, Vice Chancellor, Delhi Skill and Entrepreneurship University, Shekhar Bhattacharjee, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Dalham Learning. To moderate the session, we have Uma Vishnu, Senior Associate Editor, Indian Express. Over to you, Uma.
Ma'am, you are muted. You have to unmute yourself. I'm so sorry. Okay. So after that false start, once again, good afternoon and welcome to the India Education Summit. I thank you all on behalf of the Indian Express and the Financial Express. Our topic for the day, like we just heard, is upskilling the skiller. So there couldn't have been a better time to bring this subject up for discussion. And the pandemic, like we all know in some ways, has been a wake-up call, telling us that certain things had to change vis-a-vis learning and education. So in some ways, it's been a much-needed disruption. But the people who felt the change the most, besides, of course, the students or the teachers. Now, this is an area which hasn't been given much thought with all the focus on education, on enrollment and learning and so on. How do we equip teachers to grapple with this change? What are the solutions, digital, technological, or otherwise, that they need to equip themselves with? They need to upskill themselves, for them to upskill themselves. How does the role of the teacher change? The teacher is no longer the fountainhead of learning in some way. So students have other resources to turn to. They have the internet. So what does that mean for the teacher? So these are some of the questions that I'm sure this very esteemed panel has spent much time grappling with, and so they'll do it all over again today. If I can head straight to the questions, Dr. Meduri, if I can start with you first. As curriculums evolve, students will have to conduct their own research, learn to question. How does the role of the teacher change? Is the teacher more of a facilitator now, a guide? What is she?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to the panel and greetings to my fellow panelists, Samantha and Laura also. I think outside, we have to create an environment conducive to learning, encourage student autonomy, relevance, relatedness to material. This increases motivation to learn. Okay? We as teachers using talk on the board of technology, but now the hybrid mode is taking over, pandemic has changed the way the world looks at higher education and education. So the ability now to develop competence, interest in specific subjects, and the perception of self-efficacy. These are all very important. Okay. One of the ways we can actually students to look at research, capstone projects, okay, to bring in aspects of specific courses which will arise and okay, because after research brings together different skills and experiences to establish the research community, include a variety of players in this space, the student and the faculty concerned. Okay. Faculty mentoring research will always be there for ages. But now we're looking at undergraduate students to give him or her the freedom to explore and to be creative and also to be a problem solver with the confidence to think the box. Okay. So I think in this aspect, people to learn it is a very important part. At the same time, the student concerned has to be a member of it. So it encourages work, team spirit, and the faculty has to be the overall guide. He has to sort of position a student, they look at this way, think about this aspect, and then out of that, to evolve. At Mahindra, we've been doing it for the last 4 or 5 years. In fact, a number of peer-reviewed publications, and students are the major contributors to the faculty being the add-on. Okay, so I think this provides that avenue, and this is the way forward. Because after all, research is going to drive everything which we do, including upskilling in a major way. Thank you. You're muted again, Uma.
Professor Niharika, if I can come to you. Thanks, Dr. Meduri, for that insight. Professor Niharika, given this rapid pace of change, how big is the skills gap in the teaching community? And does this gap in turn impact students and how ready they might be for the labor market, their job readiness, so to speak?
So thank you again, Uma, for the question. I think the answer is quite obvious. It's a huge gap. Most of our faculty do not have enough experience of the industry, so they don't necessarily know very well what is it that the industry really needs from the students that they're preparing. And the second real concern with this is the fact that that many of our faculty, given the fact that they have mostly been theoretical, like they have been trained, they have either been studying or teaching, they also do not have the capacity to understand what it really means to train, which is beyond conceptual. So the word that is often used is vocational pedagogy. So how do you get somebody to learn skills, which is very different from teaching somebody to learn concepts? And we pretty much have no scholarship on vocational pedagogy. We have no conversation in the country on vocational pedagogy. And as a result, what happens is while we have students who possibly can spew out concepts because that is what they have learned, They really don't understand. They don't have the capacity to do things with their own hands. And it doesn't matter which subject we're talking about. And this is not only true for blue collar work, this is true for across all kinds of work. There is a skill and there is a concept. And I think there is a major gap there. And it's almost like, we are, they should be code red, that we need to start thinking about how do we equip our faculty to be able to train for skills in the classroom.
Is that something you've seen at work? I mean, you've seen in your university. If you can give us a concrete example of how that works, really.
So, let's say we are looking at a diploma student, right? So the diploma student will come after class 10, and the market needs people who can work with their hands in a particular domain. And let's take the domain of, let's say, computers, right? So if I have a diploma in computer engineering, I need somebody both on the software side to be actually write code, and I need somebody on the hardware side who understands network cabling, right? And if while in the 3 years time, if the student has not done enough of this with their hands, and they really don't know, other than having seen diagrams or having looked at some lines of code, you in fact have a manpower. You're getting graduates, the diplomas, who are coming out, who don't know what they are supposed to do. And in fact, what is happening today is, because they are not valued in the market, not because the market doesn't want them, but partly because what they bring to the market is so substandard, that many of them don't even go and work in the market. They actually then want a lateral entry into the bachelor's BTech, and then from after having done 3 years of BTech, they are no better in that sense, because in fact nobody has really taught them the basics, the concepts, and the ability to work with hands. And I think you need all of it if you really want a good workforce. I don't believe in the fact, and this happens at our university all the time, right? And I've been, I was meeting this young faculty who's teaching refrigeration, and all he does is he teaches the theory of refrigeration. And the only piece of equipment that is there in the lab is a refrigerator that at least I have only seen in, movies, old movies, the rounded edges and so on and so forth. And when I ask him, why are you teaching with this? He says, my job is to teach theory. Yeah. And I don't blame him. I don't blame, I think at some level we've just lost focus on what are we supposed to teach in a classroom where we are doing, let's say, interior design or applied art or, refrigeration or computer engineering. It doesn't matter. In all of these classrooms, I think we are not focusing enough on teaching skills.
Yeah, that sounds very dire. Professor Professor Sasmita, if I can come to you. How can Professor Niharika mentioned the lack of equipment? How can schools or universities like yours help teachers stay up to date and relevant, and how can they be equipped better?
Yeah, thanks. And I would like to bring certain things here, that nowadays the teachers have been assigned with diverse activities, starting from the content development up to the content delivery, then application of that knowledge. And again, today we all are discussing about IP, and many things are coming to the purview of a teacher's job. So coming to the content development, for the content development, what we are doing in our university, that we are dividing the whole content perspective into 3 broad categories. So we are trying to bring some focus on regional issues, some national issues, and some global issues into a content itself. And for the bringing the regional perspective into the content, we have adopted few communities, few villages, few panchayats, some schools, And some we are focused on certain domains. Like in suppose if you take the example of biotechnology, they are taking the domain of like microbiology. They are trying to bring some clinical aspect into the course. So in clinical aspect, we are trying to take some of the clinical aspect that is very relevant to a particular place. Like Odisha is known for being predominant of malaria. Okay, so that sort of issues you are trying to bring into the curriculum. And in the national issues, we are taking some of the content that is some perspective of the national issues into the content itself. Some global issues like we all are talking about environment, we are talking about renewable energy, we are talking about artificial intelligence, we are talking about machine learning. So different perspective we are trying to bring into the content by collaborating with different national institutions of research and also different international universities. So in that way, we are collaborating with different societal institutions and also academics and research institutions to bring those perspectives into our curriculum. And we are doing all those activities through faculties only. As I said, we have adopted villages, schools, communities, collaborated with the universities, research institutions, and everywhere the faculties are engaged according to their area of expertise and interest. So in curriculum development, apart from the involvement of our faculties, we are trying to bring the people from different communities into the curriculum development process. Second is that, and we are finding during the curriculum development process itself, some type of training is happening for that is helping the faculties for planning their delivery mechanism. So while the curriculums are being developed by the board of studies or by a committee constituting the members from the diverse field, while they are bringing their expertise, slowly the faculty who is involved in this process, he is planning his own delivery mechanism, how all those perspectives can come to the class itself. Second is that after this COVID-19, I can say that we started the courses online after 2-3 days, 5 days, maybe because we are professional institution, tech universities. So our faculty, students, everybody is having a laptop with them, gadget with them to start with online courses, because most of the students in my university, they are very tech savvy because this is a predominantly technology, known as a technology institution. So in that way, I can say that everybody is a little bit equipped with technology and they know how to use the technology. So coming after the content development, coming to the delivery mechanism, thus faculties not only they deliver by using the technology, but also we have devised the mechanism that we have divided the whole curriculum into different modules, and each one of the module has been connected with some activities, and all activities are interconnected to convert into the project. So in that process of development, few industries are involved. Like we are actively working with around 55 to 60 industries, and through this engagement, the industry perspective is coming into the delivery mechanism. Sometimes we call, in few courses, we call industry people to teach the students directly for few hours. That varies from 10 hours to 20 hours. And in some courses, the industry input is taken into the delivery method itself. Then after the course delivery comes to the, I can say that, application of this course. So the bringing the research, the connecting the students into the research and innovation activities. As I said that all the courses are project-based courses. Most of the modules are designed according to that. So after the delivery is done, then the students are, or during the delivery process, students are connected to different issues. And at the end, they are hand-holded in the hands-on classes, how to apply the knowledge. And they are connected to different capstone projects. They are connected to different live projects of different industries. They are connected to different social projects. So in that process, not only the faculties and students, they are trained together. And after this outbreak of COVID pandemic, while we offered all the labs by using the simulation softwares, by using the virtual labs developed by Ministry of Human Resource Development, we made a system that each one of the lab technicians would have the certificate of Ministry of Human Resource Development for using the virtual labs. We encourage them to take some courses in Coursera, in Open MOOCs. As such, they can deliver they should learn that how to deliver the content virtually to the students, even for the technology or the professional courses like law, dental sciences, medicine. Though I cannot say that I cannot say that the medicine and dental science courses can be offered online. But to manage with the situation, we had to do it for 6 months while everything was stopped. There was closed down everywhere, but we tried to train the faculty. Yes. So, yes, being as AI for placement, and we expect that minimum 90 to 95% get placement through in-campus activities. So, in that way, we are trying to bring different perspectives into the curriculum itself. And we also have a competition center inside the university where 150 teachers working on their own ideas, own projects. We are inviting the venture capitalists to invest on the ideas of the students. And through that process itself, not only I can say that students are trained, but also faculties are trained.
Right. Thanks, Professor Sasmita. Mr. Bhattacharjee, if I can bring you in now. Professor Sasmita spoke about reworking the curriculum, and etc. So how can online learning platforms supplement some of these existing teaching capacities? And what has your learning been while working at Dalham? Maybe this is a good opportunity to also tell us a little bit about what you do at Dalham and how Dalham works.
Well, thank you, Uma. Dalham is a multidisciplinary education company. We build curriculum from different aspects of life. We always have tried solving problems which is outside technology, because end of the day, tech is for people and human and society. And if you don't understand the society and human issues first, you won't be able to solve larger problems. So we build micro learning program, and I'll jump into the context of what you have asked. How do we really supplement a classroom learning and help teachers? So I think we are currently living in screen age. So teenagers, a normal teenager, the screenagers, they're all the time glued to the screen. Approximately 5.5 hours is what they spend on internet, watching and viewing something. And there is a research report that was written by Professor John at the Graduate School of Education in Harvard, where he have defined this people or students as neo-millennials. So they're between millennials and the next generation who were born post 2010. They have a very peculiar habit of learning and adopting information. And that information or learning that they receive has been now taken as a bite-sized learning. Now, what we understand by bite-size is that you can't teach two things at the same time. You can give them one thing and they will remember and practice it for life. So at Dalham, we help institution by offering them this micro-learning modules. We help teachers to get access to such knowledge and curriculum and content. How do we supplement is in a very simple way that we predominantly or primarily focuses on liberal arts and 21st century skills, both for educators and for students. For educator, we have a very clear understanding that if you don't have the context, it will be very difficult for you to sustain and survive in today's modern world. So if you're going inside classroom, if you're teaching science, if you're teaching political theory, if you're teaching environmental science, if you are not able to interlink between different disciplines, you won't be able to cope up with today's learner, because knowledge is available free of cost on internet. You really don't need. So teachers need to be more equipped with platforms like us, which give them unlimited access to information, knowledge, modules, curriculum, which are ready-made, plug and drop into the classroom that they go in, and operate more as a facilitator and a researcher. So you can facilitate your research, you can curate information, and rather than becoming, the old model, which was about that guru is on the top, guru has to be on the top all the time, but you have to be a lifelong learner at the same time. So we help teachers by not only training them on 21st century skills, we focus on collaboration, problem solving, design thinking, critical thinking. We teach all of this module to teachers so that they get a perspective of building anything. And we make them also tech ready, that, the art of presentation, what is color family, how do you really make a beautiful visual tool so that, students are find it appealing when they learn. So this is what we do for teachers. And being an Edtech, I think we're able to solve it in a little different way, with focus more on knowledge and less on skills, because I think we as a nation need to parallelly value knowledge and skills together. Only skilled brain without knowledge is also dangerous to the society.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Bhattacharjee. There is something, while all of you were speaking, I kept thinking, well, there's no fight that, of course, teachers need to be upskilled and teachers need more skilling, etc. I was wondering, what is the motivation really for the teachers here? I mean, in most cases, and we are talking about a big most of them are poorly paid, very little, long working hours. They're probably even juggling jobs. So, if I am a teacher, why would I want to upskill myself? Of course, I would probably want to upskill, but what is the motivation at the end of it? So it can, I mean, I can throw it open to any of you. So whoever would want to take that up, it'd be great to hear from you.
I'll give you one line.
Yeah.
So I'll speak it from a technological point that we are in the world of e-learning. And in the word, the letter E stands for electronic. We all know it. And we went on emphasizing on the word electronic and T technology way too much. And I don't see anything that motivates me to go online and learn something. Trust me, I build course every day. We build every day, and I don't find it motivating enough. What we need to replace as an academic institutes or as an organization, that we look at E for electronic as E for entertaining, E for engaging. And if I can entertain you, if I can engage you, I will be able to give you some kind of enlightenment. So, and we have seen that kind of 85% accuracy in learning with teachers. If your content is a beautiful story in itself, if your art of storytelling in your curriculum is good enough from a technology point of view, it is easy to create the motivation level high with teachers. And you need to set the outcome and objective very clear, that if you are a teacher, if you do this session for next 20 hours, these are the outcome. You will be able to go to a classroom with a broader perspective, and you will be able to help students to shape opinion. So from an e-learning, from all the noted vice chancellors who are in the panel, they can talk about the offline mode, but in online mode, people really need to look at eco electronic to become eco entertaining in learning.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Sorry.
I understand from the previous profession that this profession runs mostly on passion. Okay, while we talk about a teacher being a teacher, I understand that. If I go and teach in the class and come back after 60 minutes, before 2 minutes, I want to read all the eyes of the students. Of course, all the teachers present with me, all of them must be doing that. That how much I have delivered in the class and how much I have satisfied the aspiration of the students in the class itself. And while coming to the off-skilling, I think that each one of the teachers, as I said, they are very passionate about their subject. They are very much passionate about their job. I think everybody wants that they should be accepted at least by their students in the class with full satisfaction. And that motivation itself is enough for a teacher to learn more and more. And maybe because of that, every day morning you'll be finding a professor reading a books, going to the class, again after the class coming and reading for 1 hour. And even if he or she teaches the same subject for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, before going to the class, everybody reads for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, or do the research on the same subject in the research laboratory for hours together. So for that motivation of satisfying the students and building the nations, the pride as teachers or teacher own that itself is a very big motivation for them to upskill themselves. And I think that after this COVID-19, everybody will agree that we all were talking about this teaching profession, education sector, the sector is very redundant. They are not up to the level of requirement of the society. But I think that this industry has come up faster than any other industry in this globe to adapt to the technology, to teach millions or billions of the students in the school, even in the primary schools and the university. I think that's the motivation that they are having the responsibility of building next generation. Whatever time can be, whatever situation can be, people wants to equip themselves. I would like to
I thought Professor Niharika was saying something.
Well, I don't think I have a very different point. I personally believe that the motivation is in doing the work well, and that is really often the biggest motivator. But I think as a faculty, you also commit to always be involved in teaching and learning. So I don't think we need anything more than what we have, but we really definitely need to start overcoming some of the friction that comes from having to make a change. Some we already saw being overcome during the pandemic. So this was like you had no choice, so you did it. But can we also make a choice? When can we also remove the friction when I have a choice and I still make a change, which is often more difficult. And I think that's where some of our struggle is at this point of time.
Yeah. Dr. Meduri, if I can come to you, how can educators lead this change? I mean, what are some of the practical difficulties educators and teachers encounter when they attempt to change? How can they do?
If you look at it, it's saying that you got to be future ready. But at the same time, we have to be in sync with the requirements of today. We can't drift away from the requirements of the present and today. So not only do we have to prepare our students for the future jobs and use of disruptive future technologies, that's very important context. A recent report by the Future Institute for the Future actually pointed out that 85% of the jobs that today's students' skill sets will do in 2030 won't exist as yet. So how are we supposed to again prepare students for the jobs of the future? So we, faculty, I think we have to move from being a sort of a knowledge provider to a knowledge coach. So besides imparting knowledge, we also have to communicate skills to our students. We're looking at maybe say complex problem solving with project-based learning opportunities, inculcating scientific thinking, differentiating between credible and non-credible sources, and building community and teamwork capabilities. So in an sense, what we're doing is we're trying to move away from the 3 R's. The 3 R's used to be reading, writing, and arithmetic, and now we're going to be looking at the 5 C's. That's basically critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, communication, and coding. I think these are very, very important aspects which students and we educators have to look at to become future ready in some way.
Thank you, Dr. Meduri. But I also wanted to ask you, this is something I did ask Professor Niharika earlier, but how have you noticed this gap in your institution when the skills gap, the lack of among faculty too?
Yeah, it does come through in faculty and students, especially now that education is more inclusive. Previously, it was sort of with the teacher providing the knowledge, but now becomes so inclusive, as Shekhar has pointed out, because of online learning platforms and access to Coursera, Udemy, whatever you name it. So students keep checking out these really remarkable courses which are available today. And so teachers, on the other hand, have to get in sync with that and have to be ready for some sort of opportunity to provide those skills also. That's why. So we as faculty have to leverage AI-based learning tools. We can't be left behind in a way so that the student actually takes over. So therefore, lifelong learning, reskilling, these are all, I think, words which are now everybody keeps dropping off the lips. That's why. And so it's a difficult world. Becoming more inclusive, students have access to so much amount of knowledge, which means faculty previously who are looking at their 100-page notebook where they have written down their notes, which they keep using year after year after year. It has to change. There's no way, otherwise we'll survive.
Yeah, so in a sense, when you speak, it seems like the teacher almost has to catch up with the student, if nothing else, right? You have to begin there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because the student has, like Shekhar mentioned, access to all of these.
Yes, it's a really difficult world. The student is not the learner, the teacher has become the learner.
Yeah. Okay, Professor Niharika, since Dr. Meduri mentioned the new words that are coming up, if you can, maybe I should have come to this a little earlier, but if you can just take us through some of these terms, upskilling and new skilling, and what was the other one? Yeah, so if you can.
So I guess the words are fairly self-explanatory. Upskilling is if I am able to do something at level A today, can I do it at a level B, which is a higher level at this point of time? Or is it like if I was able to, let us say, um, you know, um, do assessments in a psychologist's office, uh, then can I re-upskill myself to be able to take a case history? So that's a upskill. Reskill would be like I completely go to a different either go to a different domain, or I actually learn something which is which I used to do in a certain way, but now the technology has changed, and therefore I need to reskill myself to be able to meet the technology, the needs of the technology to be able to do it. And I think at all points of time, as Professor Madhuri mentioned, the future of work is quite bleak. So much of the work that we know is not going to exist. The only way we could possibly help is get people to learn, and therefore keep investing in their own upskilling and reskilling as time as jobs and work will require. But I also don't mean this is only just for those who come into a university or into a formal learning space. I think there is enough of upskilling and reskilling that also needs to happen for those who have never been to a school, who have never, so a labor, a construction laborer also needs to upskill and reskill today, because a lot of things that you possibly like how you built is no longer going to be the gold standard in the next coming 2 or 3 years. So new skills will have to be learned to do it, which will build on whatever is your foundation, and you go forward from there. And I think universities will have to provide short bursts of courses that students can come back into the university to actually learn, do it efficiently, and go back to the workplace to do it. So I think there's a role in both cases.
Yeah, some great ideas there. I hope more people are listening to this. Yeah, Mr. Bhattacharya, I mean, you did touch upon it, but how critical is it for teachers to be future ready, for them to realize that the techniques that worked all these years may not be, that they need to do things differently? That
very critical. It is very critical that teachers really need to first, catch on the same speed how learning is happening today. Professor Niharika just spoke about reskilling and upskilling. I think teacher needs to do both, and at the same time, they also need to do something that we internally call it as a co-skilling. So co-skilling, we typically refer to that. There are so many parallel things students are into today. While I might be learning math, chemistry, physics, at the same time, I'm also learning coding. I'm also learning AI. I'm getting a sneak peek into graphic designing. So it's not that teacher needs to master all of this. Teacher needs to have a broader understanding of all of this discipline, because teachers are also the go-to person for students to go and raise questions which may not have answers all the time. So it is very important that teachers get ready on three things. I think they need to be tech literate. Technology is a very important aspect. By this, I'm not defining the need to learn coding and deep coding and other things, but I'm referring to the fundamentals of technology. They need to know it really well. The second part is, I think, visual and digital communication. They need to be hands on this. Kids, as I mentioned earlier, they love learning, or the engagement comes through if your content is really appealing, visually appealing, or given their presentation. So teacher needs to be skilled in from making presentation to recording a video. So I think that's one is technology, one is visuals, and the third is contextual awareness. So the 21st century skills, what we refer to, Professor Madhuri have also touched on those, the 5 E's, and there are so many. There are around 11 or 12 of them, which has been identified as by World Economic Forum recently in the Jobs of the Future report. So it is very clear that your hard skills will keep evolving, keep changing, and they will evolve with time. But there are certain skills which are sector agnostic, they're role agnostic. They are needed and required in every role that you play, whether you change your domain from teaching to coding or from designing to sales. And these skills have got so many names: power skills, global citizenship skills, transferable skills. But the context remains same. You need to know how to think critically, and if you can do that, you need to know as a teacher how to communicate effectively. We are living in a 7-word definition world. One of those days when you were explaining a theory or a concept maybe in 2 page, Larry Page in Google said that if you can't define what you do in 7 words, you're not in 21st century. So I think teacher really need to bring that context, shorter than Twitter rather. So I think these 3 things are very critical, and teachers really need to look at them. Institution needs to take the ownership to help their teachers, be it in K-12, be it in higher ed, and they're extremely critical. Or else the superpower economy that we want to create as India want to be, it will be difficult without transforming teachers into lifelong learner first.
Yeah, thank you for those very precise points, Professor Susmita. So how do teachers need to upskill beyond the classrooms, and how can they do that? Do they need to look into students' requirements outside the classroom?
Uma, while you're waiting for Susmita, I really have to leave. I have another meeting.
I know. I just realized we're probably running out of time. Do we, Shashank, do we wind up or do we go on for a bit? Professor Niharika, do you have to leave now?
I do have
to. Okay.
Yeah. So thank you very much. I'm so sorry I had to.
No, that's fine. I think Professor Susmita is. So well, let's. We could go on and on this. So thank you all for coming here, Professor Niharika, Dr. Meduri, Mr. Bhattacharjee. I hope we can carry on this conversation on other platforms and other ways. Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Good to bring up such an important topic.
Yes.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
jargons in a very simplified manner, and maybe that's where they landed on my YouTube channel. सारा नॉलेज YouTube के एक क्लिक पर अवेलेबल था. चैनल के सब्सक्राइबर्स भी तेजी से बढ़ रहे थे. डेली 2 लाइव स्ट्रीम्स के लोग उनके क्वेश्चंस पूछते गए, उनके पेन पॉइंट्स मुझ तक लाते गए. मैं उनके सॉल्यूशंस जितने हो सके मैं उनको दे रही थी. एक मराठी लेडी ने मुझे एक वॉइस नोट भेजा था, and she said that I watched your YouTube video and I could explain that video to my husband. That made me really happy. And वो एक पॉइंट था जब मुझे मेरे व्यूअर्स को बताने की बहुत ऐसी इच्छा हुई थी कि प्लीज मेक द वुमेन इन योर फैमिली अंडरस्टैंड दैट फाइनेंशियल एजुकेशन इज इक्वली इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर देम. सो जो फाइनेंशियल मूवमेंट एक चालू किया था, दैट स्टार्टेड गेनिंग रिकग्निशन. जिस न्यूज चैनल को देखते देखते मैं बड़ी हो गई थी, उसी सेम न्यूज चैनल पे इंटरव्यू पे जाना, एंड आई वाज लाइक ये आई एम गोइंग टू बी ऑन टीवी. बट जो दिल को छू गया, दैट वाज द रिस्पांस ऑफ माय यूट्यूब सब्सक्राइबर्स व्हेन आई अपलोडेड दैट वीडियो ऑन माय चैनल. प्यार की बारिश तो हो रही थी कमेंट सेक्शन में, बट एक बात जो एक सब्सक्राइबर ने बोली, वो बोले कि आज मुझे ऐसे फील हो रहा है कि यार मेरी बेटी टेलीविजन पे आ गई है. इस YouTube जर्नी ने मुझे एक टीचर से एंटरप्रेन्योर बना दिया. Sometimes I do hit a roadblock. तो ऐसे सिनेरियोज में I just walk into my study room, sit down, relax, close my eyes, and start thinking कि इसका solution क्या हो सकता है. Thanks to YouTube, मैंने मेरी इनकम में बस एक और जीरो ऐड कर दिया, एंड वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बहुत ज्यादा जीरोस ऐड कर दिए मेरे YouTube फैमिली मेंबर्स में. मुझे इस फाइनेंशियल मूवमेंट को जितना हो सकता है उतना मुझे आगे बढ़ाना है. होल पर्पस इज लोगों को समझाना है कि ये फाइनेंस कुछ रॉकेट साइंस नहीं है. People should take more control of their finances, और तभी तो अपनी लाइफ का कंट्रोल ले पाएंगे. The whole thought process is to make India much more financially educated. ठीक है? Guys, आज मार्केट देखा? I'm sure you might be like, असक काय? Hey folks, ये Rachna Ranade here, and I welcome you all to another live stream.
All right, thank you so much. Now we move on to the next session of the day titled Road to Employability. In this session, the panelists will explore how the ecosystem can play a role in building employability and solving for the larger skill gap from education institutes, industry bodies, employers, and corporates. For this, we have Sapna Chadda, Vice President Marketing, Southeast Asia and India, Google; Padmakali Banerjee, Pro Vice Chancellor, Amity University; Kirti Seth, CEO, ITES Sector Skill Council, NASCOM; Anita Rajan, CEO, Tata Strive and Vice President, Tata Community Initiatives Trust; Jay Philip, Principal Founder, XIME and Chairman, XIME Bangalore; former Director, IIM Bangalore. To moderate the session, we have Mr. Tarun Bhardwaj, Senior Assistant Editor, FE. Over to you, Tarun.
Welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us for today's session of India Education Summit. Today, we are here to discuss the road to employability in India's growing digital transformation that we see happening all around us. India's digital transformation and the benefits of its fast-growing digital economy has created new opportunities for businesses and our large base of young population. The number of workers in India requiring digital skills will need to increase 9 times by 2025. Digital economy could create 60 million to 65 million jobs, many of them requiring functional skills. And the average worker in India will need to develop 7 new digital skills by 2025. And to keep pace with technology advancement and demand, we need to bridge that skill gap. This would amount to a total of 3.9 billion digital skills trainings from 2020 to 2025. The pandemic has made it evident that the future of businesses will be hyper digital and largely contactless. With increased digitization, there is an ever-growing need to upgrade skills according to new age technologies. However, the industry is experiencing a massive skill gap. NASCOM's India Talent Story February 2022's report states that the country has one of the largest STEM graduate supplies with 2.14 million graduates, and is also global leader in STEM women graduates at 47.1%. But only 35% of STEM graduates are employable in tech sectors, owing to disconnect between university curriculum and market demand. Demand supply gap for digital talent is expected to increase by 3.5 times by 2026. So my first question goes to Kirti Seth. What are some of the big highlights of the India talent story? With respect to the need of digital skills for future employability, and what is lacking right now?
So thanks, Tarun. I think you called out some of the highlights of the report. But if we look at it at a macro picture, we see that the industry now has 5.1 million people employed. It's the highest ever. And last year we added 450,000 people. Now, this was all on the back of this massive digital transformation that we are looking at. So clearly, industry found ways to meet this gap and take advantage of the opportunity that was in front of them. But the gap exists. You talked about it growing, to 3.5x from what it is right now. It's growing at about a pace of, I would say, about 25 to 30% per year. Digital skill requirement is growing at 25 to 30% a year, whereas core IT skills continue to grow at about 8 to 9%. So clearly, there is a shift happening in what we need to do. Now, this shift means that we need to change the way companies reskill their workforce. We need to change the way other industries reskill their workforce. I mean, we focus on the IT sector, but the digital impact is actually being felt across all sectors. So now, how will automotive cope with it? How will retail cope with it? We're seeing this demand coming up of IT and digital skills becoming a horizontal. So that's really what we will need to do. And the push is going to come to academic institutions. You talked about 35% of the graduates being employable in the tech sector. But what do educational institutions need to do about that? They need to, first and foremost, look at how to improve the foundational skills and the core domain knowledge that they provide. Because it's only on top of that that you can put all these skills and build upon it, because you just simply cannot do artificial intelligence if you don't understand maths or stats. So you can't go into a factory and suddenly start applying IoT and AI when you don't understand mechanical engineering. So there is industry doing its bit, and no Indian entrepreneur is going to leave any business on the table. So they'll find a way how to make it happen. And I think that's the other data point that the report calls out, that about 1.3 million people were digitally skilled by industry last year. That's about 65% of the total digital number of people skilled in digital skills. So that industry is doing the heavy lifting right now. But we're going to have to find ways to look at how that entire pool that is being supplied to industry increases. Otherwise, just going to be one company feeding off the other. And that's really not a good situation to be in.
Yeah. We also have Sapna Chaddaji here. My question to you, Sapnaji, is the pandemic has fast-tracked, India's digital transformation. The country is at the cusp of a historical digital transformation, digital transition towards becoming a global digital economy. Can you tell us more about your approach to skilling in India?
Sure, and thanks for having me. And it's great to be here with this esteemed panel, many of whom Google has the opportunity to work with across many areas and domains. So we know as Google that technology plays a critical role in learning, in education, and skilling, and we've been committed towards directing our resources, whether it's our products, programs, philanthropy, our people, towards making education and digital skills accessible for everyone. And you mentioned, that what we're witnessing is this huge transformation on the back of digital, and it's quite outstanding. There's this ever-growing demand, and we've talked about the gap. And when we think about the skills that are needed, right, to build employability for high-demand careers has been really top of mind for Google. We see some of the gaps and we see some of the areas where we can help. And with that, we've created something called the Google Career Certificates program. They're professionally level training designed by Google, which helps prepare learners from all backgrounds across fundamental skills in high demand fields like IT automation, UX design, data analytics, project management. And we're partnering in this space with the NASCOM Foundation, with Tata Strive. We're here today, to make sure that these courses that we've made available using the Google knowledge that we have can really be made accessible to underserved learners, that we can partner in areas of skills development in the soft skills area as well as mentorship, and that we can also provide economic grants in the form of scholarships to hundreds of thousands of learners, because we realize that not all of the opportunities are accessible to everyone, and we look at our role as Google really as around creating impact and scale, because while there is a large amount of work that's happening in the skills domain, until we actually do this at scale and can impact millions, we won't be able to really bridge the employment gaps that exist. We need to be able to enable job connections and work together as an ecosystem to really ensure that there's a consortium of interested employers who, once people are skilled, can hire from the right talent pool. So there's many domains in which we need to focus and work on together. We've seen some encouraging responses as we've done skills development historically. One of the areas where we've spent some time has been on Android and mobile development training. We've reached 2 million developers to train them on skills development in the area of mobile, right? I think India has always had such a great and a huge number of technically skilled developers. But again, making sure that they're able to work in a world where app development is it's scaling across the globe so fast. How do we make sure that the latest and the greatest in terms of skills are being recognized and can be deployed? And from that lens, we've had to think about mentorship, development, work with app developers, create a number of different formats and forums, because the knowledge alone is not enough, right? Programs and really focusing on helping people take that knowledge and apply it in the real world is what is most important. And from that lens, I think partnership with many of the partners today, Kirti, particularly from the NASCOM Foundation, we've been working to say, how do we bring both of our strengths together to ensure that once people are skilled, that they're able to find jobs in the ecosystem.
Oh, so you talked about partnership and coming together of all the stakeholders, to bridging that skill gap. Tata Strive is here, which is your, partner in skill development. Tata Strive is an initiative of the TCIT in that actively bridging the gap between vocational education and industry need. My question to Ms. Anita Ranjan, employability is at the core of your CSR initiatives. How have you designed your curriculum to make it compatible with employability skill demands of the digital economy?
Thank you, Tarun. Thank you for having me here today on this very important, subject of employability. So yes, we are a very outcome-driven organization, and we measure ourselves on how we enable livelihoods for young people. And we also have a very focused target group of the underserved, which is economically and socially challenged communities, is our area of focus, which makes it also particularly challenging for us to basically democratize the opportunities in the country. So, and when we talk about, the digital economy, it's, as Kirti referred to it, it's the digitization of every sector. So, because it's become a lateral, whether you're in an auto sector, you see or an, AC technician that we train for today, the ACs are so highly technical. They have so many automated systems, and they have intelligent systems, which the person needs to be aware of. Even in the logistics sector, the kind of training we have to give to even somebody who's managing the inventory, they work on very sophisticated software. So each of these jobs and the content that they need to be trained on has changed dramatically over the last few years. And when we design curriculum, the fundamental, anchor of all of this is our partnership with industry, that we always have a leading industry partner with whom we co-create. And I think the industry partnership is the missing piece in education. And actually, the failure of education is what people like us are actually bridging and providing to industry the talent that they need. So that's one aspect. So how does all of this impact our design of curriculum? So what we have found is that there are 2 or 3 kinds of audiences that we deal with. There are some engineers who are perhaps software engineers or MCAs, etc., and they may have the domain skills. So whether they are the full stack developers or the data analytics, they may have those skills, but they lack in the software elements, just what we call life skills or employability skills. They just don't have those in place. How do you communicate? How do you work in teams, etc. So we fill gaps there. So with those kind of profiles, we fill the gaps there. With graduates, they may need a bit of both. They may need both the domain skills, such as the technology skills, and the soft skills as well. So when we customize the training, we keep these 2 in mind. And then, of course, there is a large bottom of the pyramid, if I may say so, the large masses with whom we work, who may be 12th or even below that. And our concern really is how do these, and this is where the numbers lie, how do we uplift this community so that we can democratize the wonderful opportunities coming out of the digital economy for these students? And this is where the least amount of work has happened, because they may have some very basic foundational skills missing. So we do need bridge courses for them to bring up their knowledge and their ability to even understand some of the courses to a level which is appropriate to what the demands. And I think that's where the new education policy also needs, when it's implemented, I think will have a place. So they need bridge courses, they need employability skills, on top of which we can build their IT capabilities. But what we do, because IT has become such a lateral, we have certain components for every sector's course that we do, and we operate in most of the high demand courses, all of them, from retail to IT to the technical courses, the maintenance, the AC technician, electrician. We operate along that entire spectrum. We have 2, 3 very common areas. One, we partner with industry. 2, every one of our students is digitally literate, because some of them just don't come with those skills at all. So they are digitally literate to a point where at the end of the course with us, they actually give online exams. All our exams are actually, our assessments are all online. So they are able to give that. And the third thing is the soft skills, the employability skills. These are a common feature of all our programs. They're customized based on the requirements of the particular target audience, whether they're engineers or whether they're graduates, etc. But I must say that ultimately, what the COVID has taught us is also how do you actually deliver this? How do you get to the students? How do you keep their learning journey continuous in spite of the major upheavals like the pandemic? And that has dramatically changed the way students are even learning. It has gone online. There are hybrid models that we are also experimenting with and now are comfortable with. And I think that actually opens up a whole new door, and maybe a conversation later on in this session on how the learning process and will need to adapt to the future. So I'll stop here.
Okay. You talked about failure of education in bridging the skill gap. So we have educators here as well.
No offense meant, it's just a systemic policy thing. Please let me clarify.
Yeah. So we have Padmakali Banerjee ma'am. We also have Professor J. Philip. So my question to both of you one by one, whosoever can start, that Indian students are graduating into job markets that demands new skills defined by the needs of digital transformation. How important is the inclusion of university-industry collaboration in the curriculum? In curriculum development for getting employment-ready talent. May I repeat? I will repeat this question: that how important is the inclusion of university-industry collaboration in curriculum development for getting employment-ready talent? Ma'am, Padmakali ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, Tarun. I think it's a great question, and greetings to the esteemed panelists. Such great initiative where we see people from different walks of life whether it is NASCOM or Google and Tata. I would like to say that while, India is reeling with the other world news of geopolitical crisis and the climate change and the global warming, I think one of the biggest challenges that we are facing is also in the education, the disruptions. There are some positive impact. And I want to say that being a large university like Amity University with multiple campuses, I think the journey for academic excellence was introduction of innovation in curriculum design, industry integration, and internationalization, where bringing in a lot of the sustainable developmental goals with a focus on creating better, human resource for future. So I agree that yes, this is a leading question. Yes, there is a need for industry integrated programs. But I also want to say that the purpose of education is also, and especially for higher education institutions and universities, is to create new knowledge. So that new knowledge can be created in association with the requirements of the industry. So when you talk about technology and digital requirements today that are very essential, I have seen that when we create centers of excellence within the university, and in these centers of excellence, you have industry who come and partner. And while we work with these centers, you are creating practice, research, outreach centers, and together that has an impact in the curriculum delivery. So the kind of credits that you're offering, then offering minor programs. For example, if I tell you, if you are offering a program to a student of engineering, and then you do a minor in, say, robotics, that kind of integration can come from a robotic industry partner. Similarly, if you look at a course, say, media studies, management being a very popular track, people are moving into doing, say, animation and management together. So we see a plethora of, opportunities with the kind of flexibility that today higher learning institutions are building. And here, of course, the onus is not just on the higher learning institution. I think a big shout out to the great government initiatives in terms of the Prime Minister's initiative of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and the requirement of having knowledge for all. Another concept of Unnat Bharat Abhiyan, where our university is partnering with institutions not only with the industry but with people around us. So, for example, at the Amity University, there are 5 suburban belts around us. So, where we have partnered in the area of skill development. So again, when we are partnering, we have companies and alliances with the corporate. So there are, as you know, Gurgaon is a millennium city and there are so many institutions. This kind of partnership with some actionable steps are very critical. So yes, the way forward is we are looking at a robust collaboration. And I think there was another area that we can really work on in this collaboration is also the kind of trust areas, like creating, like people are working on CSR where people are donating aspects towards, say, maybe healthcare. But rather than just donating, if we can co-create and equally people are responsible for the delivery, it makes a lot of meaning in there. Bringing people together, even in board of studies, we have industry experts. Even in our PhD programs, we have CEOs, CXOs, who are also students of the university who are working together. But to put on record, our law PhD scholar is just now announced as the High Court judge. So these are some of the illustrations which tell us that how collaborating with the industry together, you can really do a lot at the higher education ecosystem, which is changing, ever changing. Thank you.
Professor Philip, your views on industry, university, collaboration.
Thank you, Tarun. And I think the answer is obvious. Just one answer only. It's necessary and it's happening. It's happening particularly in the field of management education and also private universities. Now, there is a problem with the public universities. We can understand it. That is one big area. And after the NEP, when as projected, is 15,000 universities are going to come. And out of that, it is 12,000 or 12,500 would be private sector universities. Things will change. But let me go back to, I see that I'm the only one from the other gender. So it's happy to follow these 3 gender ladies. I thought there was some alarm in one of the presentations saying that we would have a very serious skill gap. Now, I find it difficult to agree with that. Let me give you some numbers. Now, we have almost 1.3 million engineers coming out every year. Add to that another 0.2 million diploma holders. So let's make it 1.5. So about 0.3 million MBAs, 1.8. If you add up MCAs, BSAs, BSc Mathematics, this, that, and the other, we have almost 2.2 million graduates or diploma holders coming out. Now, you remember the size of the ITs industry, which was said, 0.5 million all these years. But if you look at the intake, assuming that it's 10% intake or 12% intake, you see that what the number is. But the number that comes out from the engineering colleges, from the medical colleges, from the MCA colleges, from the diploma institutions, we have a massive number. We not only fed India, but we also fed other countries. We have supplied to United States, Australia, to Canada, this, that, and the other. Now, recently there was a report that Accenture has recruited 1.6 lakhs engineers. Out of that, 40% India, 64,000. But I never heard any complaint that we found scarcity or inadequacy of skill or this, that, and the other. Now, go back in history again, very important, historically, starting with our steam engine, 1700, all the way to the internet today, and all that goes with that. Is there any time in history that we lack skill to cope with the situation? Would you look at that? It'd be very interesting to read this guy's book. The latest one I came through. Yuval Harari's 21 Lessons for the 21st Century. And he talks about what education should be in future. I was trying to look through. I just spent some time in the last few days looking at various kinds of things. And as far as India is concerned, I did. We will never have a shortage of technical manpower. We would be a supplier of technical manpower to the world. And I was going to say, I think it came up earlier, if education is free from the tentacles of large number of controls which are existing, and if they can stand on their legs and be creative, we would be the most powerful nation as far as the soft power is concerned. And that is where I think India will lead, in soft power, not in military power. Right. I stop there.
That's very encouraging, sir. My question to Sapna ma'am now. What are your observations and learnings from the initiatives and investment Google is making to support talent development for digital economy?
Yeah, no, that's a great one. I think some great different points of view, that we've heard on this call today. I think one thing that we wouldn't argue with is the scale that we're seeing in terms of the number of students and the impact that we're having. One of the things that we have learned is that for us to really drive scaled change with whatever we're doing, we need to think about how we can build machinery that will help us really drive impactful change across millions. So I think one of our biggest learnings has been how can we partner? And we've partnered with top universities and online learning platforms like Udemy and Pluralsight, and we've been able to train 2 million developers on mobile app development skills. But our learning is that we can train. This isn't just about skills alone, but around creating communities. And we have created developer communities with community tech events and other forums that are in the likes of study jams and tech talks and workshops. And because the learning that we have is, and I think in this world of hybrid where everything is very different, that this can't just be rote, approach to learning. It has to, if you think about digital and technology, it requires a different kind of hands-on approach to it. And to do that will require those on the call today to really think about how we continue to evolve a lot of the curriculums that exist to be able to to marry hands-on and community efforts with the actual skills, but to do it at scale. I think this is really hard to do at scale, and I think we do it really well when you think about bespoke groups or when you think about building, strong curriculum that is very specialized. But when you want to do this at scale, which is needed, it requires partnership across the board. So I think our other big learning is that we can't do this alone. We as Google bring a lot of knowledge and know-how and let's say expertise in the area of IT automation or UX design, data analytics. But at the end of the day, this is around pathway to jobs. And skills might not be the gap fully, but it's the pathway to jobs that is proving to be a gap. And in the presence of this group, I would say that's where I think we will work together and we'll make the biggest impact, because I think employers are looking for a different kind of employee. They're looking for the best, right? I think India is at a very pivotal point. And so when people in industry are employing, they're looking for the best. And so in that way, with partners such as NASCOM Foundation and Just Strive, we've been looking at how do we really augment what the skills that are in existence. You need to think about interview preparation. You need to think about soft skills. You need to think about the life skills, that have been mentioned already. And so these are the things that will enable us to lead to the pathway to jobs and to enable job connections. So this isn't just about skills. It really is around pathway to jobs as well. And I think that's where we have probably a higher need to come together and to help and enable more students to land better outcomes.
So the digital transformation that is taking place in India now is definitely impacting the job sector. So my question to NASCOM's Kriti Seth ma'am is that how the digital and future skills landscape is looking in India right now, especially in terms of the gaps that exist, the concerns we need to address, and the job sectors overall.
Tarun, I was very interested to hear Professor Philip's point of view. It's, I would say, refreshing because, we just hear about the gap all the time, especially sitting where I am and in the industry, and you meet all the industry leaders and everyone's crying about the same thing. So it's real. I mean, the pain is being felt by industry. We do have a demographic dividend, which we are so fond of talking about. But to turn that dividend into, is it a real dividend or not? We really have to figure out. We have the opportunity to turn it into a massive dividend. And I think that there was references to the new education policy and also to rigidities in the system. And that's really what I think the new policy framework is trying to do, is trying to break these shackles and open it up to lots of opportunity, lots of flexibility for the academic institutions. One, I would just say that when we talk about the future skills and the digital skills landscape, Sapna made a point about linking the link to employability, which is so crucial. You have to ask yourself that when these millions of graduates come out of the institutes, why do companies put them through these massive assessment programs for testing their logical skills, for testing their verbal ability, for testing their quantitative skills? Why can't you just trust that the college has done these basic things? After all, they're not testing any rocket science. It's really class 10th maths that is really being tested. But there is a need to test it. And why is that so? Because you need to filter some of it out, saying there's a basic fundamental knowledge that doesn't exist. So hence we have digital literacy programs, hence we have foundation programs, we have bridge programs, because we're trying to fulfill the gap that has not been fulfilled when the student was in the college. But there's good news, and I think that's where I agree with Professor Philip, is that I think there is serious FOMO happening in the academic community, fear of missing out, because there are lots of academic institutions that are doing fantastic work. And it's a virtuous cycle, because when they do great work, industry wants to partner even more. And so that leads to, better jobs, better salaries, more companies coming for employment. And they are now sharing their experiences with other academic institutions. We created this platform, Future Skills Prime, along with the Ministry of IT to democratize digital skilling and digital fluency, this awareness of these new technologies. And the biggest takers for this are academic institutions, because they say, hey, we don't want to be left out. So this is great news. It's the policy framework is becoming an enabling framework. I've mentioned I think Anita mentioned the new education policy, and then the draft documents which are going to lead to implementation of this policy. I've read some of those. It's like, oh my God, I mean, this is just turning everything upside down, which is great. Now, even if half of it happens, I think we're well on the path, and our numbers are so huge that I think we can make this difference, and we will be the supplier of talent for the world. In fact, our vision is that India needs to be the digital talent nation. We need to be the global hub of talent for the world, and towards that is where all these policies are being framed. So I think there's really, really good times ahead for what the future of the digital skills landscape is.
So another question raised on education sector now, that why the candidates that are coming are not ready, why there are tests. So my question to educators, Ma'am Banerjee, what are the skill gaps generally you see in students, and the potential reason for such employability gaps among young graduates? What is the reason? What are the gaps you see, and what are the reasons?
See, basically, our students are coming from K-12 schools and very standard curriculum. When they come to the university, then they're choosing more focused courses in a particular domain. So what happens is this one word to define it is pedagogical eclecticism. So while today you're teaching a curriculum, you need to make it a well-rounded personality in terms of, like somebody mentioned about the fundamental skills. I think, yes, it is important while you're studying even a biomedicine or biotechnology, you still need to know behavioral science. You still need to work around the area of communication and how to make a presentation. Today, I think in this technology-enabled environment, we are seeing these as gaps in some of the maybe institutions where they may not have large resources. But today, I don't blame the students, because with the massive open online courses, you see a plethora of opportunities for students. So not necessarily that only within the university ecosystem that they need to, get those skills, but they are now almost out there free. What we want to do as a higher education institution is to create lifelong learners. So today there may be data analytics, tomorrow there will be something else. There's the cloud computing, and tomorrow even that technology may change. So I think what institutions does is to create better learners. So I think focusing on the skills that they possess. So if you look at the top 5 skills a student possess, if you do a proper psychometric assessment of the profiling, you can identify the attributes of a student and which industry they more fit into. So putting the right person on the right job. So of course, if you look at this kind of areas, there could be a lot of, policies, because when we are talking about the transdisciplinary research, when we are talking about multidisciplinarity, all of this is really focusing about the future of education, the future of the industry. Because, India being a very large hub for the world today, is a world market, I'm sure we can really contribute in this area. So with partnership. So one word for that is collaboration. So I think we look at a way forward that how to bridge the skill gap would be better collaboration, a more healthier environment of care and concern, where you definitely have choice, collaboration, communication, critical thinking, creativity. But along that side, we have seen, especially in the last 2 years of handling the pandemic times, is that of compassion and care. A small example is a lot of students, their parents, they lost maybe an earning parent. So even introducing scholarships for them was such a great initiative, I must tell you, and they could at least complete their education. And secondly, here we are still talking about the elite population. Look at the people who are not even able to go into a proper, good, large university. So there, I think we need to look at a lot of a social entrepreneurship that can be created, where you look at the masses, larger number of people. So that's where in extension activities, universities like us, we are all partnering to help other institutions, and we can help them in developing their most important skills for not only a job placement, but also for entrepreneurial journey. So that's something that I feel: collaboration, pedagogical eclecticism, and lifelong learning.
Collaboration has, come up as the key word here, and we have Tata Stripe, Anita ma'am, who's collaborating with Google in, bridging the skill gaps. And they are doing this program called Phygital. My question to you, Anita ma'am, is throw some light on this phygital skill model.
Can I make a comment, please?
Yes, sir.
Can I comment?
Yeah.
Okay, let me go back to the baseline. Now, Singapore, Finland, Israel. Okay, these are models, right? Benchmarks for the whole world. Reason, mathematics, physics, chemistry, for the whole science taught well. School education. Singapore is that, Finland is that, or Israel is that. Great for New Zealand because of the school education where these subjects are emphasized. Sometimes I ask this question: why couldn't Madras be more like Singapore? Or why not Bangalore be more like Finland? Right? Okay, now, so therefore, this is one. We have huge gap at the school level, education, particularly in these kinds of subjects. We have to build that up. That's a base. Everything else can follow. I just want to read out something this guy, great guy, Harari, has said in his latest book. He says, so what should we be teaching? Many pedagogical experts argue that schools should switch to teaching the 4 C's. And the 4 C's are, Madam has just mentioned that: critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and creativity. More broadly, schools should downplay technical skills and emphasize general purpose life skills. This is from Harari's latest book. So that is one aspect. Now, the second one I would like to bring you is, I think it is bigger issues. Why United States have beaten Europe? Europe was the leader in education. PhD itself is borrowed from Germany by Americans. And Americans stand far above. What is the reason? Because most high-level education, higher education, is in the private sector. And in Europe, it's all in the public sector. So therefore, one of the things I argue is, now more and more universities in the private sector, give them the freedom, they will innovate, they will create. Our 4,500 engineering colleges is a massive strength. Our 3,300 business schools is a massive strength. And that strength can be utilized. And we, as I said, can be a very forceful thing. But we have to go back to the school thing, and I'm quite worried about it because whether it's Pratham report or the World Bank report or any of those reports you look at, we have a problem with teachers at those levels. And that has to be understood. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. So I'll again go back to Tata Stripe, and because right now the situation is that to bridge the gap which exists right now, we need to upgrading the education system, upgrading the curriculum. That's a time-taking process. But what we have to do now, we have to deliver now for these years, for 2022, 2023, 24, 5. People like the programs like digital skill modeling can help. So again, Anita ma'am, please throw some light on the digital skill modeling. What is it, and is it the future?
Yeah. So as the name suggests, the digital model which we speak about is really a response to the needs of the future way of learning. As the name suggests, it's a mixture of both the physical way of learning, physical as in face-to-face or with a guided tutor before you, and a digital, which is online. So this is a mixture of, some people call it blended learning. That's also an appropriate terminology to use. And the reason why it's needed is, no brainer. We've been through the COVID situation where the learning stopped. Even people like Tata Stripe, where almost 80% of our work meant students came into a class. There was a facilitator in the class who was teaching the students, making the students do projects, went to a lab, they learned things which they did with their hands, they learned it. And then they did an on-the-job training, and then they got a job. That was the traditional way. But all that came to a halt because their mobility was affected. And so the Fitchell model actually was introduced a couple of years ago, before the COVID also, which helped us transition very quickly into a method in which the physical model, where there is somebody to guide you, can happen both synchronously and asynchronous, which means that in the actual presence of the teacher or also self-learning. So this is a model which involves partly self-learning of the student through a guided approach, coming to a class and learning face-to-face with a student, with the teacher, coming to a physical space and actually doing things with your hand, but also learning elements of it online. This is a hybrid mixed model. And I think this needs to be the way of the future, because we know that this was not the end of the COVID time. So this is not, there are going to be more such emergencies that may come our way. And it is, I believe very strongly that it is our duty to equip the children with ways in which they have more ownership of their learning. And especially in the community that we work with, which is our focus area, which are the underprivileged and the disadvantaged, for whom even connectivity and owning a mobile phone of their own is a privilege. What happens to people like them? So, for us, we have to work through all these problems to find out what is the best solution for them. So, the digital model or the blended learning model offers flexibility. If you have a mobile phone which is jointly owned by the family, and the father has taken it on work, he comes back at 6 o'clock after his work. That's when the school begins for the student. That's when the mobile phone is available. And he or she may have 3 or 4 hours of learning. Now, if that learning is available online to that person at his or her time, it provides a flexibility of learning. So there is flexibility. There are people in the communities that we work with that are earning and learning. It allows such people to be within, to continue their learning journey because of these models. And I believe this is the way of the future. Students are going to have to adapt to this. The same way, I must say that the communities that we work with are not accustomed to learning online. For them, this was a whole new way of learning. So we work with many of the ITIs. And, since our assessment is all digital, we suggested to the government of that state that we work with, and I'm happy to share that it was in Odisha, where we suggested, why don't we enable, as Tata Strive, we do employability skills in the ITIs in Odisha, a digital assessment so that students could actually link up through their mobile or a computer from home to give their assessments. And this was a concept that was never done in ITIs. But the success of that, it wasn't 100% success because of connectivity issues. There were many students who didn't have that access. But it was much better than not having. So those are the compromises that we need to make. And then the government said that maybe we should adopt this as try to make it accessible from the government side. So these kind of changes in mindset are possible because of experiments like this. And this is a model that must be promoted. I feel even now that COVID is over and we are going back to learning, in labs and doing things, because that won't go away. You cannot teach an AC technician to repair an AC online. There has to be physical work, and I'm a great, promoter of hands-on learning with a teacher in front of you. That is absolutely required. But there has to be a method by which a lot of the learning can also happen on your own. And therefore, these kind of hybrid models have to be in existence. There may be a creamy layer of students who have had the access of universities, and there may be certain courses which lend themselves to completely being learned online, especially in the digital field. And we do that as well. That is possible, and they should be encouraged. But every student, especially from the communities that we work with, must know that my mobile phone is not for just for listening to songs or watching movies. It can be a tool for learning. Any digital interface can be a tool for my learning. And that's the mental shift that I think has happened in these last 2 years.
Okay, so definitely pandemic did accelerate and fast forwarded the digital transformation in education, jobs, and fee. So my one last remark from each one of you about one one gap that you identified during this pandemic, and one learning that this pandemic gave you on the digital transformation that is taking place. Starting with Sapnaji.
I think one learning that we've had is that I think, and building on what Anita has spoken about, is not only that we need to build for mobile, but we need to build for offline. We still have to realize that not everybody is online the way that we're online all of the time. So as we thought about our products and we've been developing them and thinking about there's an offline internet, and we have to make sure that products, solutions, anything that can be delivered has to be also be able to be delivered offline. Because while we've made a huge number of advancements, still have to think about the realities on the ground that exist today.
So, Padmali Banerjee, ma'am.
Yes. Tarun, I just want to leave 2 points here. First of all, a reaction that I see in the higher education space, that online is a substitute to the resources, but not learning. So what you can learn, especially during the pandemic, we realized the MBAs who did not get into a classroom or a industry environment, they've had learning, I would say, distress, right? So that is one. My second aspect, when I talk about the learning, during the pandemic, I think my strong belief in optimism and resilience. So we are seeing during the times that people were more patient. So be it the industry or institutions or students or the kind of people, the mindset change that took place. So people are now more resilient, accepting change. People who were not ready to go on technology and now within that system. So I think it's from the old school to a new school, and more, I would say, more democratic and more, like I said, collaborative. So definitely we see a more accepting future. So I see learning tomorrow to be more, even higher learning institution playing a role in diplomacy, where you can bring in the best institutions worldwide and create a difference. And why only institutions, even corporate today, that can partner with the higher learning institutions and make a difference in the lives of others.
Okay, Professor Philip.
All right. If you look at the definition of education, the minimal one is behavioral change. That's the main purpose, behavioral change. Add up development. Now look from these online. There are 3 pieces in education: knowledge part, the skill part, the value part. Online, you can give knowledge. As she said about, as Madam said about AC mechanic cannot learn AC technology by online, he has to repair that. So we have 3 pieces, and therefore, please remember, if it is passing on knowledge, you do it online. If you are concerned with the skills and value system, which is very, very important, this online is a poor substitute. That's a position which I want to firmly and clearly take. Thank you.
Kirti statement.
I think if I'd like to pick up on what people have said, but what we're discovering is that while continuous learning is a fact of life now, change is becoming very rapid, and people need to keep upgrading, upskilling, call it whatever you will. You need to keep learning new things, whether it's learning a new app on the phone, or whether it's a new version of Microsoft Office, or suddenly some Zoom changes its interface. But this learning, this ability to continuously learn is not there in our learners today. Now, whether it is because of the school system, whether it is because of the higher education system, but this attitude to learning is a gap. And that is a problem which translates into the whole online piece as well, that if you had those fundamentals in place, the values in place, the method in place in your own mind, you could then pick up that knowledge and then make it work for you. Because you can't keep going back to class, you can't keep going back to college. So how do you continuously upskill yourself? You're going to have to depend on your own resources. So to leverage all the resources available, that ability to learn is something that's missing. And that's what I would really want, whether it's the schools or the higher education institutions, to do, is say include that in your pedagogy, in how you teach, so that students become like that. But the biggest learning that I have is the optimism that I think our regulatory framework is changing. The ecosystem, its enthusiasm to come together, to partner to solve this problem is massive. And that's what makes me very optimistic. So that's what I take away over the last couple of years, to say that's what I'm going to leverage to make a difference.
And your takeaway, ma'am, Anita Ranjan ma'am?
So I completely agree with you, Kirti. There's a sense of great optimism and I think it's the right time of several factors coming together in the ecosystem, triggered also very greatly by the NEP and what I pick up in the papers and read about apprentices, about credits being given, movement from vocational into mainstream, all of that. So there's a great deal of optimism on that. But coming to your focused question on what was my learning, I'd just like to give a different nuance. Of course, everything that my colleague said here is true, but there is another aspect that for us emerged, is that because people's mobility was affected, there are many people, young people, who have recalibrated their life goals. They may not want to move from where they are for their livelihood, which means that it's now upon us to see what can they do where they are. And therefore, entrepreneurship or self-employment or local employment opportunities did become very, very important for us. And we had to go back to the drawing book to see what can women COVID-affected widows, that's a program we're doing now, what kind of skill sets would they need, considering that they may be able to give 2 hours a day, will have problems traveling from one place to another to even train because they have a house to manage. These are the real challenges that we have. And therefore, we need a variety of models, a model for women who have a whole lot of challenges, whether it's cultural or mobility or others, of young boys who perhaps don't want to leave their families and go to cities. What will they do locally? So I think those kind of self-employment or entrepreneurship opportunities are an equal requirement, because there's no way that the 12 million that come into the job market every year are going to find those jobs. I don't think there are enough jobs of that. We're going to have to think of entrepreneurship and rural entrepreneurship. It's not the startup regime of the which is wonderful, but which is limited to, again, the creamy layer. I'm talking about just rural entrepreneurship, rural jobs. So that was a big learning for us.
So I think what we are looking at is collaboration of all the stakeholders, schools, colleges, skill providers like Tata Strive, industry, people, industry bodies like NASCOM, or the industry itself, in terms of Google or the big tech companies. Everybody has to come together, and then maybe we can go through this transition in a great way. So this was one enlightening session. Great, and thank you everyone. We appreciate you being here. Thanks again for joining us today, and we'll see you again next time.
इंडिया में फाइनेंशियल प्लानिंग, स्टॉक मार्केट, इनके अराउंड इतने जार्गन्स बनाए गए, आम जनता को लगता है कि ये मैं समझ ही नहीं सकती हूँ. लोगों तक फाइनेंस बहुत सिंप्लीफाई करके बताने की बहुत जरूरत है. फिर मैंने सोचा क्यों ना मैं ही ये कर दूं.
Hey folks, here Rachna Ranade here.
I'm a chartered accountant by qualification, but by passion, I'm a teacher. So I'm using YouTube as a platform to spread financial education amongst masses. अरे ओ बेटा जी, मार्केट की हवा कभी नरम, कभी गरम. I started teaching MBA students and CA students since 2009. They used to ask me questions about stock market. मैं उनको one-on-one queries तो solve करके देती थी. Then some kids came up and said that why don't you make a full series on stock market so that you teach us anything and everything that a beginner should know about stock market. तो वो कोर्स मैंने रिकॉर्ड भी किया. देन बहुत सारे लोगों ने सजेशन दिया कि रिकॉर्डेड है तो यूट्यूब पे क्यों नहीं डाल देते हो. Within 3 months, that lecture got more than 25,000 views. और फिर क्या था? ले लिया leap of faith.
Day one of India's 21-day nationwide lockdown, 1.3 billion people are staying home in the biggest ever lockdown in the world.
So Jan 2020 में मैं YouTube क्रिएटर बन गई and March 2020 में लॉकडाउन हो गया. तब लोगों को समझ में आया कि सिचुएशन काफी गंभीर है. That was the time when people understood कि secondary source of income is a must. They wanted to learn all these jargons in a very simplified manner, and maybe that's where they landed on my YouTube channel. सारा नॉलेज YouTube के एक क्लिक पर अवेलेबल था. चैनल के सब्सक्राइबर्स भी तेजी से बढ़ रहे थे. डेली 2 लाइव स्ट्रीम्स किए. लोग उनके क्वेश्चन्स पूछते गए, उनके पेन पॉइंट्स मुझ तक लाते गए. मैं उनके सॉल्यूशंस जितने हो सके मैं उनको दे रही थी. एक मराठी लेडी ने मुझे एक वॉइस नोट भेजा था एंड शी सेड दैट आई वॉच्ड योर यूट्यूब वीडियो एंड आई कुड एक्सप्लेन दैट वीडियो टू माय हस्बैंड. दैट मेड मी रियली हैप्पी. एंड वो एक पॉइंट था जब मुझे मेरे व्यूअर्स को बताने की बहुत ऐसी इच्छा हुई थी कि प्लीज मेक द वुमेन इन योर फैमिली अंडरस्टैंड दैट फाइनेंशियल एजुकेशन इज इक्वली इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर देम. सो जो फाइनेंशियल मूवमेंट एक चालू किया था दैट स्टार्टेड गेनिंग रिकग्निशन. जिस न्यूज चैनल को देखते देखते मैं बड़ी हो गई थी, उसी सेम न्यूज चैनल पे इंटरव्यू पे जाना एंड आई वाज लाइक ये आई एम गोइंग टू बी ऑन टीवी. बट जो दिल को छू गया दैट वाज द रिस्पांस ऑफ माय यूट्यूब सब्सक्राइबर्स व्हेन आई अपलोडेड दैट वीडियो ऑन माय चैनल. प्यार की बारिश तो हो रही थी कमेंट सेक्शन में, बट एक बात जो एक सब्सक्राइबर ने बोली, वो बोली कि आज मुझे ऐसे फील हो रहा है कि यार मेरी बेटी टेलीविजन पे आ गई है. इस YouTube जर्नी ने मुझे एक टीचर से एंटरप्रेन्योर बना दिया. Sometimes I do hit a roadblock. तो ऐसे सिनेरियोज में I just walk into my study room, sit down, relax, close my eyes and start thinking कि इसका solution क्या हो सकता है. Thanks to YouTube, मैंने मेरी इनकम में बस एक और जीरो ऐड कर दिया एंड वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बहुत ज्यादा जीरोस ऐड कर दिए मेरे YouTube फैमिली मेंबर्स में. मुझे इस फाइनेंशियल मूवमेंट को जितना हो सकता है उतना मुझे आगे बढ़ाना है. होल पर्पस इज लोगों को समझाना है कि ये फाइनेंस कुछ रॉकेट साइंस नहीं है. People should take more control of their finances और तभी तो अपनी लाइफ का कंट्रोल ले पाएंगे. The whole thought process is to make India much more financially educated. ठीक है? Guys, आज मार्केट देखा? I'm sure you might be like, असक काय? Hey folks, ये Rachna Ranade here and I welcome you all to another live stream.
With this, we come to the end of the second edition of India Education Summit. Before we bid you goodbye for today, we would like to thank our presenting partner, Google, our co-powered by partner, Intel and Salesforce. I would also like to thank our associate partner, Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science. Thank you.
Recording stopped.